Good evening, everyone. We're actually here to, at a fairly decent time. Let me just take a quick second and make sure that all of the details are tagged up. Yep. So correct game, correct title. And yeah, so this is hopefully going to be a sign of things to come. If I can, I would love to be starting the streams at 7 o'clock on a regular basis. It is going to be a trickier week this week, but hopefully the last one. So not a lot of this is relevant to the stream, but what I'm kind of up against is the following. I've got a big kind of a job related thing tomorrow and early tomorrow, so I may need to be strict in terms of the time that I'm finishing tonight. I also have something of a deadline for a video. There is a bit of a challenge here in the sense that I just think the amount of time that I have, particularly with the work stuff, may not allow me to get that done on time. But I'm going to do my best. And then obviously any intermediate time has to be sort of spent catching up on that. So all of this means is that there will still be the usual streaming days, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, trying to start as close to 7 as I can. For those of you who maybe are new to the channel, the idea usually is that I kind of have this 1 hour window in which I can start between 7 and 8. Normally, I'm kind of able to keep with that, although a 1 hour drift, that's still not great. I think a lot of people will probably not appreciate such a wide range, but it's basically what works for the given the work demands and the work schedule that I have. But all that said and done, I'm hoping that I can try and bring some equilibrium back. My hope is that maybe February we have a little bit more stability. I'm going to be working hard probably straight until April, and even then I suspect probably that'll just be where I find out a whole bunch of new stuff is on my plate. But while we can, I want to do the best that I can, and one of those things is to get started a little bit more regularly. Now, the other thing that is going to be coming up is the choice of games, because I understand that people really like Terra Invicta. I really like Terra Invicta. I also really like Old World, and in this case, Old World's been getting a little bit more priority. I'm actually having trouble finding it on Steam. There we go, because it's got the new DLC. So I do intend to go back to Terra Invicta. I also intend to spend more quality time with Old World, but it's just going to be, there's going to be a little bit of a story, or just a little bit of a game in terms of balancing everything out. Oop. That was supposed to be set at the start. So anyways, sorry, much longer introduction than it needs to be, but I am conscious of the fact that there is a stated preference for Terra Invicta. Now that doesn't mean that I don't think people dislike Old World. Don't think people dislike, that's probably the wrong way. I think people are okay with Old World. It's just the difference is that I know people had asked about Terra Invicta, and there's a very clear stated preference that I want to honor. The reality of the situation is really that Monday is kind of a dedicated Hooded Horse Day, just because they've been so kind in terms of sending along keys. This is true for Old World and the DLC, The Sacred and the Profane. Also Terra Invicta for that matter. And then of course Wednesday we've been doing the Brace Yourself games. In fact, tomorrow is when Industries of Titan gets a full release. And then Friday's been kind of free, so that's been good for Cyberpunk. But it may just mean that I need to transfer the free day into something like Terra Invicta, or maybe do some more Old World, finish a run, and then go to Terra Invicta, finish a run of that, and maybe we jump between titles. Some of this stuff just gets driven by the release of games, and of course I play games very slowly, and so the challenge is that it is possible that a game will be we'll get a big update before I'm able to sort of finish a given run. So I'm conscious of it. I'm trying to do my best, but it's sometimes doesn't always turn out. In any case, with all of that out of the way, let's go back to our Carthage playthrough. It's actually been pretty educational to play as Carthage. And then one of the things, as you might get an indicator from the sorry, the indicator you might get from the title, I definitely need to be putting some effort into my military. This is something that's been neglected for a pretty long time, and it's also fair to say that we don't have any easy expansion ahead of us. So the focus on military is sort of twofold. One, to help our next level of expansion. But number two, to also just deal with the fact that we have all of these raids that are happening, and we're doing a very poor job of sort of pushing them back. But in any case, we've got some events that are coming up. So, you owe me. Ambassador Azurbal the Younger stops you outside your chambers with a frazzled look in his eyes. You have no idea what I had to do to get Matan of Carthago to support you. I spent day after day at his side bringing him around. Ambassador Azurbal the Younger shoves a finger in your chest. You owe me for this, and you owe me big. How do you respond? Okay, so you can say, you're right, I do owe you, or nope, I am the king, I owe no one. So the question here really is, okay, so this ambassador is 79. He's not necessarily that long for this world. So what's the relationship like? So he's pleased with me. So in this case, I think I will say you are right, I do owe you, because I don't know if they'll actually come to collect before they die. Well, then again, their descendant might. Anyways, let's not rock the boat. Mercenary chariots. A mercenary band of chariots has arrived in the capital, offering its allegiance for a price. How shall we respond? 420, or do not hire them. Nope, we'll pay them for their services. Pharaoh is you and General of the Warrior. So courage will help me out with both training as well as an attack value. Discipline's good for crits. No, sorry. Is it crits? No, it's intelligence that's for crits. It's discipline is good for experience. I actually think probably the courage is where I want to go. It is my ruler, so I may want to be considering other priorities. But I don't know. It doesn't hurt to invest in the military. Let's start by assigning all of the different tasks. So we've got Jade. Now, I don't think there's any families that need Jade. No. Okay, what kind of a mission can I send to you? I don't hate the idea of rallying the troops, although we don't really need the... Like, I can't remember if the civics... I can't remember the cap on civics, if it's 2,000 or 2,500. I don't know, let's rally the troops. Okay, and my ambassador. I mean, we're managing. Maybe what we do here is... Oh yeah, hang on. Gotta deal with the rebels first. I have an idea. Your chariot has just killed an enemy unit, but because it has the rout ability, it can keep attacking. Units that can rout will move into an enemy's tile upon destroying them, allowing them to attack again this turn as long as there is another enemy unit adjacent to their new location. Generally, only mounted melee units like horsemen and chariots can perform a rout. If well placed, this can permit units like your chariot to chain together multiple kills in a single turn. Which is a exactly what we were doing. Alright, so I'm not crazy about this, unless we... Yeah, unless we got a crit, that wasn't gonna take something out. So we do not have that much left as far as orders are concerned. I am still gonna go for the the civics. So I did say that I wanted to expand my military, but I also don't want to fall behind on specialists. So I have a couple of other options. I have a couple of options here. I could go for the rancher or the stonecutter. Stonecutter is very good for specialists, but the rancher gives me the orders a year. So in this case, I'm going to go for the rancher, although we will probably follow up with stonecutters in the future. Now, the next question is, what do I want to do with my characters? So we currently don't have enough stone, although we can probably buy it. Well, it's a lot. I don't hate this idea, though. Our other alternative would be the Ishtar Gate, so that's good for growth. It's an urban improvement, which I kind of need. And it provides growth per culture level, so it's maybe not as big of an argument for this city as opposed to others. I do think, though, we are due for a wonder, so I think I am going to build the lighthouse. We don't have any orders left, so we will leave the rest of it. Zoroastrianism has established Enlightenment theology. Oligarch Sofan Siba of Salde has died. Oligarch Mago the Intelligent is now head of the Maganid family. Your vassal family appreciates the gifts that Chancellor Hamilcar brought from you. And leveraging luxuries. Assyria contacts you with an intriguing proposal. If you'd be willing to part with some of your luxuries, they will happily round out your court with either a talented trader or minister. What say you? So we can send the jade. Well, we're not really making use of the jade. So I suppose the merchant or the minister would be... I'm assuming that the minister would be more civics-oriented. Yeah, new minister. A new course minister, Bazia, has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. A wild night. The party is in full swing. The orgy is reaching its climax, and the wine fountain has run dry and has been refilled twice already. You are contemplating calling for another barrel of oil when Mutenbal approaches you, drunk as a lord. I say, Faroan, she exclaims, this is the best party I've been to in years. Thank you ever so much. You grin and reply, think nothing of it, and return to your contemplation. Before you can reach any conclusion, you are distracted by the sight of Batball drunkenly attempting to climb the decorative pillars. Since she looks to be having so much fun, you decide to join her. King Faroan is carnal. I can resist everything except temptation. So, oh, okay. Apparently Batball is fine with this. Okay, let's deal with the threat first. Oh, nice. Okay. So here we can get some healing in right away. I do want to repair... I want to repair everything before a challenge. I'm guessing we don't have this stone for repairs? Alright, I'm a little confused why they're not letting me repair here. There we go. Looks like we've got some governors as well. So Salde, I suppose I should start by picking what the priority for this city is. Vazia is definitely not a bad choice. Now, they are a Delver, so this does give bonuses towards iron and stone. And so the next question would be, is there a better candidate, or is there a better, yeah, definitely not Nora. So we will put Vazia in place. Nora, so it is Maganid, so mines and lumber mills will give us bonus. I think I'm actually going to add Mago in this case for the science. Okay, now my ambassador, it's less clear what I actually want them to do. I guess we can do some trade. Let's start with trading with Assyria. And as far as my chancellor goes, probably the name of the game is to find who dislikes me the most. Okay, that only leaves us 5 orders. Some of this should be spent healing for sure. The rest, on the other hand, I feel like we need to... okay, so they're already working on a... Oh boy. Okay, I think I'm okay with a barracks here when the time comes. Mild fever and running nose, Queen Consort Batball, your wife, is rather ill, and the rally troops mission of King Pharaoh the Valiant has led to an event. The Drunken Army, oh dear. You are met with cheers as you arrive at the military training ground. Servants unload wagons of fine food and wine for the soldiers, and you toast their courage and good health. Revels continue late into the night. The next day you discover that General Spartacus and his men have started training while still inebriated from the previous evening's festivities. Several of the troops sustain injuries in the resulting drills, and Spartacus must retire to his tent to recover. I should be more careful with my wine. So, lost health for the warrior. Spartacus is drunk and ill. So, I do want to focus on my industry, but obviously we need to heal. This will be very powerful for the chariots in a bit. So many jobs. Okay. Okay, so what do we want for this character? I am definitely not opposed to the idea of barracks. I'm also intrigued by the fact that I can build an Odeon here. Now this strikes me as a better spot for a barracks. Actually, this is probably a better spot for a barracks. Don't have the stone for... Well, you know what? We can probably just buy the stone. Oh, did we? Okay, excellent. So all our industry is doing its thing. We've discovered the Macestus River. I don't think it hurts to still get some ideas of what's going on with our neighbors. You're now known as Pharaoh and the Keystone. Now, it's worth noting here that I only have 20 orders. So I compare that to some of my rivals. They're at 27. Colossus has been completed by Carthage. Queen Consort Batbal is thankfully feeling much better now and is no longer ill. Duke Bashtart has grown more confident and charming. He has gained 1 charisma, and Duchess Amantilcart is now old enough to be tutored by courtiers. The Colossus, it is done. Standing astride the trading port of Carthago, the Colossus is a 33-meter depiction of the sun god, created by folding vast sheets of bronze over a large iron frame. Sailors gaze in awe as the gleaming figure appears over the horizon, welcoming merchants back home. This grand statue will stand as a testament to our people for all time, a symbol of our accomplishments today and of our glories yet to come. With this wonder, my legacy will endure. Like father, like daughter, a trusted advisor informs you that, for better or worse, Duchess Amadilcart is showing signs of taking after her father, Prince Ravi. How this influence will take shape is yet to be seen. She really does take after her father. Let's see. She becomes fierce. Life is short. On a recent diplomatic mission, General Spartacus the Thracian was waylaid by Scythian warriors and captured. He now languishes in a dank prison where his future remains in doubt. A message arrives from Queen Pidane, with whom you have a tenuous relationship. What shall I do with this lost son of Carthage? Life can be so short, so fragile. So we can pay for his safe return. Now 48 for 40 years is a lot. He is being punished for his carelessness, or I am exhausted by Pidane's impertinence. I don't hate the idea of going to war with the Scythians, but they are the strongest of the tribes. You know where this is going. Carthage is now at war with the Scythians. Okay, so let's start on... We'll start on the first city that we can. Oh, we just bought them, so... Okay, we're going to rally troops again. So I think I still want to, where I can, I still want to focus on some industry. Okay, we finished the Elder Poet. We've got 3 citizens in Carthage, so I think probably we're at the point where I need to... So what's the deal here? There's a few things that I want here. The woodcutter would be good because of the access to stone it gives me, which will help me out with the civics, but it's not like I'm really hurting on the civics right now. So I think I'm going to go for the farmer for the growth first. We'll take the special resource from the miner. We've got 8 years before we have the next citizen. So that one I will save for the lumber mill that we will build later. How you doing, Immortal Velity? Well, we're on a generated map, so we are playing as Carthage, which would, for the most part, be North Africa. But in this case here, it doesn't really have the same meaning. I gotta remember I think the guide will tell me what the cap is, because if we're at the cap, I should be promoting troops. Anyways, let's work on some upgrades first. So I've finished the miner. I have 2 citizens. Don't really have a lot of options though, so we'll start with the apprentice poet, and then as far as miners are concerned, neither of these will expand my territory, which isn't great. Which tells me I should probably start building some rural districts. Miracle Worker. So if you're interested in Old World, there has been a new DLC released, and I believe this is one of the new events coming from it. So the DLC is called The Sacred and the Profane. This is the second DLC for Old World. The first one was Heroes of the Aegean, and if you had the copy when it was released, I believe you got that for free. But in any case, where Heroes of the Aegean was very focused on sort of scenarios, and it added it added Hadi to the game, The Sacred and the Profane is definitely very focused on events and cults, and it's a really neat one. But it's also sort of, you can see that it's very much focused on sort of the flavor of the game, and that really comes into its own when it comes to these different events. I've really been enjoying some of the new events inside of this. Sorry, I just need to sort myself out as far as books and tea and all the other madness. All right, the gathered crowd fall into a reverent hush as matriarch Hanby the Ranger steps into the hall. There have been rumors of the matriarch performing miracles through the power of the gods, such as levitation and changing elements. Although Hanby refuses to perform such acts on demand, oligarch Mago the Intelligent is utterly convinced and promises to follow Carthaginian paganism. He turns to you. Are matriarch Hanby the Ranger's acts not a sign of God's unending power? So the oligarch changes now. We're carnal. I'm pretty sure we can't be devout. So claim that the god's power is undeniable and it should be supported throughout Carthage. That would be great if we could adopt it as a state religion, but unfortunately we can't. So we can agree that Hanby is surely blessed. Now the drawback is that makes me superstitious at a cost of science. And it also seems that there are a number of relationships that would be hurt by that. Alternatively, I can disappoint Mago, who is a leader of one of my factions, the Meganids, but I would gain wisdom. And I think in this case, I will retort that you've yet to see any miracles. Okay, well, we've got the answer here. Your national stockpile for training has reached 2,000. This is the maximum amount of training that can be stored, with any excess being automatically converted to orders at a rate of 100 to 1. To leverage your training into a stronger military, consider using it to appoint new generals and to upgrade military units with new promotions. You can also buy orders with training at any time by clicking the orders icon near the leader portrait. Time passes quickly, and Duchess Amelkart is growing up fast and eager to learn. So where are we on the line of succession here? Yeah, so basically after Rabi goes, they're next in line. So we will train the Duchess in politics. So we should be able to... Hang on, am I not able to tutor this kid? Apparently everybody is busy. Okay, so we have a few things that I want to do. I'm a little surprised about the mercenary unit, to be honest, but... Actually, before I do that, we'll move them into position. Okay. Now it looks like we don't actually have... Oh, that's right. I need a navy before I'm going to be able to deliver on any of this. All right, I've actually made a pretty tough situation for myself. So I am still going to focus on industry where I can. Okay, so there's a shrine there. I can't do anything. Ooh, yeah, I really messed up in terms of potential urban improvements. Let's start working on fixing that. This is an Odeon, so I do still want to keep these for lumber mills as much as it pains me. Okay, so I'm going to hand out some promotions, but I'm going to do that after I move my scout. Okay, I think I've got room for one. I think Bloodthirsty is a good one for a chariot to have. That's not surprising. Reports of a tribal raid from a Scythian encampment near Lilibaeum. Your vassal family appreciates the gifts from Chancellor Hamilcar. A trade delegation returns from Assyria bearing news that comes unexpectedly, but not unpleasantly. It seems that instead of a trade deal, they wish to cultivate a new industry in Nora. They would provide the necessary essentials while you would front the monetary expenses. It seems the climate of Nora is uniquely suited to this endeavor. So we are intrigued and will import the development of dyes or pearls. Okay, pearls will help me with the Didonians, so we'll pay up and bring those in. Now, games recommending labor force. I actually like the free war elephant, though. Our spies report that their contacts in Babylonia and Hatti may be amenable to diplomatic discussions, improving relationships with us. Where shall we activate our envoys? So Babylonia, Hatti is the more powerful of the two. Yeah, let's try Hatti. You built your first barracks. Melee units that remain idle on a barracks will earn XP. There is a similar bonus for ranged units on a range. Unit promotions are cheaper for units with more experience, so make sure to train your units while not at war to keep them sharp. I will train any melee units at the barracks so they gain more XP. A luxurious demand. As our treasuries fill with the finest luxuries, the Didonian family has come to demand a cut of the wealth. I believe that was the plan. We desire more of our collected pearls, or they will make our job of governing difficult. Hamilcar is my chancellor, so we can get more civics. We can boost the global courage. I think discipline probably still where I want to be focusing on that. Okay, so I am going to build the different... There's a couple of improvements I need to build just because of the... Oh, actually, let's get this taken care of. Okay, what am I going to do? Perhaps one of the things I can do is take a look at where my resources are. So for instance, I'm short on stone, so more warriors might make sense. There's also an argument that I can do that with lumber as well and chariots, but I think warriors would be a good idea here. So I will invest... Well, we also have one... I'm actually going to host a council. And the reason for that is just I have got 1 year... Yeah, I've got 1 year before the lumber mill's done, so... Okay, so the question is, where do I want to be directing my military? The one thing I don't want to do is sort of drag everyone all over the map. It's better to kind of have just sort of focused forces in different regions as opposed to try and move everybody around. That winds up being very expensive orders-wise, but I also don't want to completely ignore my military. So I think what I'll do... Actually, first thing... So we'll move them up. Probably going to war with the Gauls sooner rather than later. I also should have done something with my counselors and such, but... Persia declares war on Babylonia. General Ziakont the Superstitious has converted Carthaginian paganism, and I've rallied the military, resulting in higher morale and discipline, which in this case is translating into orders. Now, I also need to take a minute and take a look at my overall goals. So, mediator. Sometimes the young see with clearer eyes than those with a wealth of experience. While studying politics, Duchess Amedelcart has become a popular mediator, moderating disputes between fellow students, teachers, and even visitors to the school. One of her recent successes was a resolution of tensions between the Didonian and Magonid families, longtime rivals. They are eternally grateful. So... Tell her to should be focused on her studies for the extra discipline, or arrange for her to teach a class of her own. Now, as nice as the extra civics are, we're doing quite well for civics. In fact, we're going to be moving up, so we are going to get her to focus on her studies. Promising recruits. Chancellor Hamilcar has found a number of potential recruits for the court. He presents the most promising two before you. Either of the candidates worthy of joining your court. So a court soldier will help me to assign more generals, and an administrator, yeah, I think in this case we will add Hiram. A new court soldier, Hiram, has joined the court. His experience in matters of war will help keep Carthage safe. Okay, so there's a few things that I want to get through. So this is kind of one of these come back with your shield or on it moments. I probably should have gone for an urban region to begin with. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference now, but we should at least be able to claim the city. Now, let's get some of the domestic matters taken care of. So I think we only have one training option here. Maybe I don't rally the troops so much and I start focusing on persuading people. So yeah, I could try an influence mission. It's 200 gold to do that, though, so maybe we don't. The ambassador can do another trade mission. We could try and build relations with Hatti or the Babylonians. Let's go with Hatti because there's not a war going on with them right now. Chancellor can always try and charm the different families. The Magonids are the ones who are feeling left out. So that's got a big gold cost, but it's worth it in this case. And we've got 15... We've basically got 15 more orders to work with. So I think we'll just tab through everything. Hello, Shalakor. Yes. I do want to get back to Terra Invicta, but number one, I actually really like Old World. Curses. So I'm trying to think of the right next steps. I'm a little surprised. But yeah, the new DLC was a big catalyst for this. And then, you know, on top of that, I mean, it's always nice to have the variety in that, but the one thing I'd love to is just add more days, and then we can do both Terra Invicta and Old World at the same time. But this one, it's educational. I could be doing better, but I think I'm getting a clearer idea of some of the paths that I need to go down to sort of improve my standing. So, skirmish in the ruins. Your scouts are climbing a low ridge to get a lay of the land when their attention is caught by the distant but unmistakable sound of a sword on a shield. Cautiously edging forwards, they see the ruins laid out below. At first there's no movement. Then a single Babylonian breaks from cover, closely followed by a Thracian archer, who looses an arrow that misses by a hair's breadth. Such scattered fighting appears to be going on throughout the ruins, although there are barely a half dozen fighters on each side of the skirmish. As they spot your forces, each side cries out for help. Will your forces intervene? So we're not at war with the Thracians. We could charge in and help the Babylonians. We can rush to aid the Thracians. This is not our fight, and they'll both hate me, or they must have something valuable to fight over. Kill them all! In this case, I'm actually going to help out the Babylonians. Yeah, I mean, killing both is is the answer. Okay, let's focus on production before we go any further. We'll start with a rancher, and I think I am going to build the Elder Acolyte, although it does take a long time. Corellis can get another stone cutter. I think I prefer this one furthest south, because we'll probably try and take that territory from the Gauls before too long. And then we can invest in another warrior for them. Okay, now this... Right, we're still building... So actually the shrine makes a little more sense in this case. I am, however, going to build nets. Okay, this was a barracks, I believe. Now I would imagine that I could... Yeah, so when I look at this, I sort of think, oh, shouldn't I be able to build... Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, I got this wrong. So the adjacency of the barracks should be a driving factor here. I'll still build a theater. Now, shouldn't Carthage have a job available? Oh, right, I was going for the ore. Okay, that's fine. we can wait to see how that turns out. Okay, I think we're also at a point here where I want to start promoting people. So Eagle Eye for sure. Dubath the Younger has died. The Maganid family is converted to Carthaginian paganism. Their opinion of you has gone from pleased to friendly. A delegation from Assyria arrives with a marriage proposal for your son, Duke Bodestart. We should consider it carefully. I wasn't thinking. I actually regret that I didn't take care of the... I regret that I didn't take care of that earlier, but in this case, let's accept the proposal. The Grove of Ambassador Azurbal the Younger. After a long day at court, you repose upon the palace couches with Queen Consort Batbal, telling her of the day's most notable event. You were walking outside the palace and found the nearby family grove of Ambassador Azurbal the Younger. After offering to buy the grove, you were rebuffed by swearing and cursing Azurbal. I might have a solution, Batbal says with a smile darting across her lips. I will host a festival. You know how much Azurbal loves those, and I will make an offer that he can't refuse. So he can say, yes, my dear, that would be lovely. So she becomes debauched. Let's go for it. She's not going to be a leader, so it's not as big of a deal. I'm definitely going to build a garrison here. Get Faroan to rally the troops. Okay, so now we gotta deal with the bad guys. Wait, this is the unit with the eagle eye, isn't it? Oh, I keep forgetting, I need to build the treasuries, and I need to build them fast. Okay, so we ignore the distance modifier for this one. Okay, so Solde Modir. I hope we already built. Okay, the rancher is tempting just because of what it does to my borders. So we lost the city site to the Assyrians. We're probably going to wind up going to war with them before too long. I should probably start picking where I'm going to, like who gets trained where. You know what? I'm gonna take care of the scout first. We might as well still get some. We were the first to discover this landmark. We will call it the Kizikum Desert. Refugee outlaws, escaped prisoners of the Numidians, have reached Caralis with a band of bounty hunters close behind. The Numidians demand that we return these outlaws so that they may face justice. We can welcome them like family, and that'll take us to war. They will stay, but they will work, or return them to their captors. What do we know about the Numidians? Much weaker, and they only have one site, so welcome them like family. Now this does mean that I need to make my scouts scarce, potentially. Okay, so I've got 2... I mean, this makes me want to just declare war on the Gauls, and... yeah, you know what? So I think the answer here is declare war on the Gauls so that I can build all these different city sites, and then that'll move us towards the Numidians. It's not exactly the move I was going to make, but at the very least it lets me make better use of my army, especially while we're waiting for ships. We're now known as Pharaon the Fountainhead. Alright, Matriarch Hanbi the Ranger has died. Matriarch Sapinbal the Younger is now the head of Carthaginian paganism. Prince Rabi and Princess Consort Zromod of Lilybaeum have given birth to a son, Duke Abusir. Duchess Consort Ahitali has converted Carthaginian paganism. Ambassador Azarbal the Younger has died in office. Prince Rabi of Utica is now head of the Hanoid family. Okay, so many freebies. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I really want that camel archer, but we definitely need the treasuries. So, Spartacus the Thracian, general of the warrior, is too old and is retired from the field. So, only one option here. As far as an ambassador goes, the religion's going to be kind of mad about every candidate. Batbal is the new ambassador. Let's try a trade mission to Hati. Okay. So first things first, let's clear out the riffraff. I will just confirm that I can't... Tribe site clear. You've driven the local Scythians away from the city site. You can now claim this site by placing a unit on it. This will prevent the return of the Scythians and will also keep other nations from founding a city there. The locals have left a large cache of food behind. You can use this to begin building a new settler to claim this location. All right. Lots of stuff to do. I think before I go too much further, let's see if there's anything we can do with the workers. Missionaries from Persia have arrived in the capital to raise funds for the ongoing spread of Zoroastrianism in Carthago. Many in our nation share these beliefs, and it would be wise to pledge more support. So we can fund their efforts, or we have no spare funds. So it does mean disappointment with Persia, but I want to have religion for myself, so... Grove, spouse, and prophet. While attending a festival, Azarbal the Younger is found guilty of high crimes and stoned to death by a mob. Queen Consort Batbal comes to you splattered in blood, the blood of Azarbal, and hands you a property deed. She kisses you breathlessly. The grove is now yours, my dear. The prophet Jonah... Oh, nice! This is the story of David and Bathsheba again. The prophet Jonah rushes in and stares wild-eyed at the dogs licking the blood of Azarbal from the cobbles. You have murdered this man and taken possession of his grove? Behold, God shall bring evil upon you, and Batbal shall be eaten by dogs. Actually, this may not be... Let me double check if that's... No, it's Naboth. Sorry. Different story. Let's... sorry, let me just take the time to do the Wikipedia article. Okay, I am finally going to add the... Actually, no, it's probably better that I just add the display capture. Okay. Naboth was a citizen of Jezreel according to the Book of Kings in the Hebrew Bible. He was executed by Queen Jezebel so that her husband Ahab could possess his vineyard. Narrative 1 Kings 21, 1-16 states that Naboth owned a vineyard in proximity to King Ahab's palace in the city of Jezreel. Because of this, Ahab desired to acquire the vineyard so that he could use it for a vegetable or herb garden. Since he inherited his land from his ancestors, Naboth refused to sell it to Ahab. According to Mosaic law, the law forbade the permanent selling of the land. Frustrated at not being able to procure the vineyard, Ahab returned to his palace and went to bed without eating anything. His wife Jezebel, after learning the reason for his being upset, asked mockingly, "Are you not king?" She then said that she would obtain the vineyard for him. To do so, she sent a letter under Ahab's name to the elders and nobles of Naboth's city, instructing them to entrap Naboth, inviting him to a religious feast where he would be exalted. 2 witnesses, referred to as scoundrels by Jezebel, were then called forth to falsely accuse Naboth of cursing God and the king. After that, they would take him outside the city and stone him to death. The use of 2 witnesses in this conspiracy was most likely done to convince the elders and nobles that they were participating in a legal entrapment against a guilty person instead of a criminal conspiracy, as the testimonies of 2 witnesses were enough to impose the death penalty on the accused. The conspiracy succeeded, with Naboth's corpse being licked by the dogs outside the city. Emil G. Hirsch points out that it seems that from 2 Kings 9:26 that Naboth's sons perished with their father, possibly killed soon afterward by order of Jezebel, in order that they may not claim the vineyard as their inheritance. After Naboth was executed, the queen told Ahab to take possession of the vineyard. As punishment for the incident, the prophet Elijah visited Ahab and prophesied his death and the extermination of the Omride line. Elijah also prophesied the death of Jezebel. Ahab humbled himself at Elijah's word, and God spared the king accordingly, instead postponing the prophesied destruction of Ahab's house to his son's reign. Johannes Pedersen says that the story teaches us that the king is bound to respect the proprietary rights of families. According to rabbinic literature, Naboth's soul was the lying spirit that was permitted to deceive Ahab to his death. Elijah's prophecy on the doom of Ahab's house was fulfilled when Jehu executed Ahab's son Jeram by shooting him in the back with an arrow, and had his body thrown into the field of Naboth at Jezreelite as punishment for his parents' sin in illegally stealing Naboth's land. Jezebel met a similar fate after she was thrown off of a building. Her corpse was devoured by dogs. Interpretations. Archaeological exploration conducted by the University of Haifa and University of Evansville discovered an ancient winery in the vicinity of an Iron Age 2B, 900 to 700 BCE military enclosure at the foot of Tel Jezreel. While not definitely identifying the site as the location for the story of Naboth, archaeologist Dr. Norma Franklin of the University of Haifa said that the vineyard appears to have been established sometime prior to 300 BCE, which would not be inconsistent with the time frame for Naboth. Franklin further noted, owning a vineyard would make him wealthy since wine was an important commodity. I reckon that since he was from the aristocracy, he probably lived in Samaria and had more than one vineyard. This would give a slightly different picture than the Bible, which implies, though does not state explicitly, that he was a poor man being abused by a wealthy king. Francis Anderson observed that commentators have seen in the episode a clash of Israelite and Canaanite ideas of kingship, citizenship, and of property. Jewish medieval scholars sometimes used Elijah's word to Ahab, "You have killed and also taken possession," or the expression Naboth's vineyard, to hint at double injustice or crime committed with indecency as opposed to simply committed crime. The Talmud also sees here a link to the prohibition of mixtures of milk and meat in Jewish law. Roger Williams, the founder of the American colony of Rhode Island and the co-founder of the First Baptist Church of America, wrote about Naboth's story in the Bloody Tenet of Persecution for Cause of Conscience, as an example of how God disfavored Christians from using government force in religious matters, such as the religious decrees by Jezebel and Ahab. Williams believed using force in the name of religion would lead to political persecution, contrary to the Bible. In popular culture, this is a long list. I think I will skip it because it's mostly just a list of items, but hopefully that was educational. I really do like the inclusion of the articles here. So, we can throw Jonah out. Wasn't my idea. I cannot be married to a murderess. Throw this lunatic out of the kingdom. Moving right along. Barracks for everyone, I think. Death of an ambassador. Ambassador Azrabal the Younger has died in office. Didn't we already choose a new one? Yeah, I chose my wife. My god, look at Persia's orders. Alright, we have completed the ambition, produce 1,000 wood. I'm very doubtful about the treasuries, but we're making progress on that too. You've completed the ambition, produce 1,000 wood. Assyria is now at war with the Gauls. Okay, I really need to get on that because I want the territory, not Assyria can't get that. Chancellor Hamilcar, our Chancellor, has died in office. Duke Bodestart still feels fear, as does any sane man, but he never lets that stop him. He's gained 1 courage. Hiram the Soldier has tutored Duchess Amilcart, improving her charisma, and we've rallied the military. Now, the game is recommending the labor force. I do probably need to consider steel at some point. However, it is worth mentioning the choice between freedom and slavery will let me use some of these civics. So I think we will go for... Okay, I need to choose a new chancellor. Fairuz gives me the most overall, but Balzabal gives me the most wealth. We're going to go for the wealth. Okay. Tutoring. So it can be Spartacus or Hiram. Who's better at charisma? Spartacus. We can keep doing family gifts, although everybody's pretty happy right now, so maybe we'll hold on to... I think we'll hang on to where we're at. Yeah, I'm going to cycle through. Let's make sure that we don't have any cities that need any sort of special treatment. Well, okay. Always need more lumber mills. Yeah, so honestly, at this point, we're going to buy our way to a fight with the Gauls. I don't fancy this guy's chances to be... Actually, you know what? That's a waste of money. This one isn't. The court awaits your command. Shall we declare war on the Gauls? Not enough. I'm not opposed to just moving people in position and then saving that for another turn. What we can probably also do here is give some promotions. Oh, better still. Let's add a general. Ooh. Healing a neutral territory seems like a pretty strong feature for an elephant to have. Okay, we'll do the healing that we can. We've got 3 points left. So this is going to be someone guarding Lilibeum. Maybe we don't want to assign the general there. This is Carthago. Okay. So yes, definitely a treasury. Lilibeum also gets a treasury. So we've got 2. That'll be 4. 5, and then I need 1 more. Inspired by the Colossus of Carthago, Duchess Amelcart has been inspired by her recent visit to the Colossus in Carthago. She comes to you overflowing with enthusiasm. What guidance shall we provide? So I will never forget how much it cost us. So that will give us wisdom and discipline. They become humble. It's one of a kind, the envy of all nations. So this will give us additional legitimacy, which is good. But less wisdom, greater courage. And then there are many mysteries to see in the world, at which point they become an explorer. They are in the line of succession. You know what? Let's let them explore. Okay, now as far as spouses are concerned, yeah, everybody's married who needs to be married. Apparently, I was not paying attention to my... Now, I feel like I should be able to build a garrison here, but apparently not. I think I'm okay spending the money for Lithuania. But yeah, so the reason, again, we went to war with the Gauls is so that I can claim this from under Assyria. Hatti is converted to Zoroastrianism. Reports of a tribal raid from a Gallic encampment near Carolus, afflicted by constant constant vomiting and diarrhea. Queen consort Batbal is severely ill, and Governor Tirgato, the Scythian governor of Carthage, has died in office. Carthago, sorry. How you doing, Vanguard Master? Today we grieve the death of Tirgato the Scythian, a member of the Carthaginian court. Her spirit will be venerated, and her deeds will be remembered. She served us well. The Silver Jubilee. This year is a special year in the annals of kings and queens of Carthage. King Pharaoh the Fountainhead celebrates his Silver Jubilee, a reign of 25 years. Shall we choose a new ambition in celebration? I will demonstrate my superiority on the battlefield. Our amphitheaters will draw great crowds, or our sovereignty will be exemplified with 3 grand citadels. Amphitheaters is almost embarrassing how easy it is to do. Going quite well. I still need to be working on my military, but we're expanding into Gaul, and hopefully we'll be showing the Scythians what's what. That's a little more questionable. Even gods must die. Cutting through the hills of a far-off land, Duchess Amatgilmart comes across a broken statue of a deity lost to the winds of time. Amatgilmart feels a strong pull to this ancient god, writing at length of the pensive face with bright eyes of polished green stone. So we could send our finest workers to bring the statue back to Carthage. Encourage them to stay and study the statue for longer, or better to break up the remains of the statue for resources. My God. Yeah, man, that's a really tricky one. So extra culture is nice. Poetess or artist? We'll study. New governor. This is a tricky one because the reduction in unhappiness would not be a disaster. I think we are going to go for the science, though, so we will put Duke Bodstart to work. Okay. So elephants can't rally. Are you kidding me? Rebel gladiators. The core of the defeated Gallic forces is made up of escaped gladiators, highly trained slaves, and former soldiers. Budilatus, the Gaul, is the gladiators' leader, and while vulgar, she knows power when she sees it. She bows to the throne. Let us fight for you. Very well, your swords are ours, and we gain a warrior. You are more valuable to us as labor, extra legitimacy, and better citizen. Okay. And such leadership should not be wasted. Leadership should not be wasted. A new court soldier, Budilatus, has joined the court. Her experience in matters of war can help keep Carthage safe. Okay. Now, they're probably going to run when I attack them, so let's start with one of these. There we go. Hello, Big Ol' Dave. I think I'm going to put this unit to sleep. It's nice to have the units protecting their cities. Again, until we get boats, there's not a whole lot that we can do about our war with the Scythians. I definitely need to move this guy to safety. Okay, we finished the treasury in Carthago, so probably... Okay, so this is the move that I want here to start building the quarries. Interesting. It's been a while since I've not really had anything to do. So now that they're people who are idle, let's get my ruler to go on the mission. My chancellor can bribe families. So let's send that to the Maganid, who are the... They're all happy, but they're the least happy. I'm really bad at figuring out what to do with my luxuries. Skip you. Don't mind promoting you. Alright, that's the year. So we definitely need to make sure we take this city site before the Assyrians. Although Duchess Amaklemark stays with the green-eyed statue, she wastes time in the local area, whiling away the hours in slothful conversation with the locals. When it is time to move again, she does so reluctantly. Man, I was really hoping that this would be the exception. Alright, Hadi is now at a truce with the Thracians. Christianity is founded in Tarsa. I was really hoping that we would be able to get one of the religions. So Manichaeism is my last chance. Queen Consort Batbal is now on the road to recovery and is no longer severely ill, and Ildash the Younger is converted to Carthaginian paganism. So let's take a minute here to see what's going on. In a hard-won negotiation, Queen Consort Batbal has secured an offer of famed Hittite gems. They will not come cheaply, however. I don't really need gems. So while it's not a huge deal to spend money, I'd rather not spend money on things that I don't need. Navigation, unquestionably. Christianity founded. A single traveler arrives from the Hittite city of Tarsa. He calls himself an apostle, a messenger of Christianity. This new religion has separated from the Judaic faith and is quickly gathering followers. The apostle promises paradise to those that follow the word of Christ. At least a few of the court look tempted by his words. Will you support the new religion? Arrest this apostle. Slavery or freedom? Carthage is in need of a decision regarding its labor force. Some in court support a system of slavery, while others wish to keep freedom a virtue. So we can keep slaves. This will increase discontent in the cities, which to me is kind of the... Like, that does become a big problem for me. I'm not good at managing discontent. A big boost to the output for mines and quarries? Absolutely worth it. The alternative, our subjects will be free. Additional gold per specialist. Now, we don't actually get that big of a wealth bonus right now because we don't have this many specialists. But yeah, we will say our subjects will be free. Okay, now, before I go too much further, I want to take a second here and look up religion, because if I want to found a religion, I have one last option. Manichaeism. Okay, so there are 2 global Zoroastrian cities, 2 global Christian cities, and requires monasticism. Interesting. So we did actually have the option for that. I suspect that means somebody else is going to get it, but... Okay, we can get a governor for Utica. I think I'll handle Matan here. We can lose the money. I mean, we're not making as much as we used to, but I think I can work with that. Try a trade mission to Babylonia. We are already building in the amphitheater that we need, but it makes me feel better to have it. Okay, now I need to keep a unit in the city site, but this will be a pretty easy one for me to decide. So let's move the elephant first. So I'm going to move the javelin in place just to make sure that Assyria doesn't pull that out from under me. Skip you folks. Definitely skip you. Not sure about them yet. I think we're still working on the treasuries. It's probably not a bad idea to have them anyway. Okay, now I need to start making some decisions with these folks. Now, I've already built the barracks here, so if I'm going to be consistent, I should put one here. We're out of stone, though, so I'm actually going to skip them. Which means I can't afford to move this javelin here. Yeesh. Babylonia has converted to Zoroastrianism. Elisar the Loyal has died. Duchess Ametalcart has converted to Carthaginian paganism. General Hiram the Soldier has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Spartacus the Thracian has tutored Duchess Ametalcart, improving her wisdom, and we've rallied the military. Offerings to Tyre. The Temple of Melkart in Tyre still demands donations from the cities of Carthaginian paganism. The priestly class of Phoenicia claimed the Carthaginian gods as their own, but the gods of the pantheon, although many sailed across the seas with your people, are born from a mix of the traditional and local gods in the land you now call Carthage. The people of Carthago have called on you to pay their dues. Will you uphold the tradition? We can refuse to pay more dues, which will will hurt my legitimacy. We can encourage to pay, avoiding displeasing the gods, which will improve the legitimacy, or we can persuade the priests to settle in Carthage. So we're going to do that. Legal reforms. Carthago has recently experienced a rash of blood feuds between individuals and families. An eye for an eye will soon make the whole city blind. A new code of justice must be drafted, or the violence in Carthago will devolve into complete chaos. How shall we curb this alarming rise in vendettas? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. We get a free legal code. Good border tiles, but lots of unhappiness, or when struck, turn the other cheek, and we gain a forum. I know what I'm going to do, but Draco, lawgiver. Draco, also called Draco or Drakon, was the first recorded legislator of Athens in ancient Greece. He replaced the prevailing system of oral law and blood feud by the Draconian Constitution, a written code to be enforced only by a court of law. Draco was the first democratic legislator requested by the Athenian citizens to be a lawgiver for the city-state, but the citizens had not expected that Draco would establish laws characterized by their harshness. Since the 19th century, the adjective draconian refers to similarly unforgiving rules or laws in Greek, English, and other European languages. During the 39th Olympiad, or in 622 or 621 BC, Draco established the legal code with which he is identified. Little is known about Draco's life. He may have belonged to the Greek nobility of Attica prior to the period of the Seven Sages of Greece, as per the 10th century Byzantine encyclopedia, the Suda. The Suda chronicles a folkloric story of his death in the Aegintian theater, and a traditional ancient Greek show of approval. His supporters threw so many hats and shirts and cloaks on his head that he suffocated and was buried in that same theater. The truth about his death is still unclear, but it is known that Draco was driven out of Athens by the Athenians to the neighboring city of Aegina, where he spent the remainder of his life. The Draconian Constitution. The laws, thesmoi, that he laid were the first written constitution of Athens. So that no one would be unaware of them, they were posted on wooden tablets, where they would be preserved for almost 2 centuries on steles of the shape of 4-sided pyramids. The tablets were called axones, perhaps because they could be pivoted along the pyramid's axes to be read on any side. The Constitution featured several major innovations. Instead of oral laws, known to a special class, arbitrarily applied and interpreted, all laws were written, thus being made known to all illiterate citizens, who could appeal the Areopagus for injustice. Or possibly Areopagus or Areopagus. The Constitution formed under Draco when the first code of laws was drawn up. Aristotle, Athenian Constitution, Part 5, Section 41. The laws distinguish between murder and involuntary homicide. The laws were particularly harsh. For example, any debtor whose status was lower than that of his creditor was forced into slavery. The punishment was more lenient for those owing a debt to a member of a lower class. The death penalty was the punishment for even minor offenses, such as stealing a cabbage. Concerning the liberal use of the death penalty in the Draconic Code, Plutarch states, "It is said of Drakon himself, when asked why he had fixed the punishment of death to most offenses, answered that he considered these lesser crimes to deserve it, and he had no greater punishment for more important ones." All Draco's laws were repeated by Solon in the early 6th century BC, with the exception of the homicide law. Homicide law. After much debate, the Athenians decided to revise the laws, including the homicide law in 409 BC. The homicide law is largely a highly fragmented inscription, but states that it is up to the victim's relatives to prosecute a killer. According to the preserved part of the inscription, unintentional homicides received a sentence of exile. It is not clear whether Draco's laws specified the punishment for intentional homicide. In 409 BC, intentional homicide was punished by death, but Draco's law begins, Although, yeah, I kind of wish it had a translation. Although ambiguous and difficult to translate, one suggested translation is, even if a man is not intentionally kills another, he is exiled. Council of 400. Draco introduced the lot-chosen Council of 400, distinct from the Areopagus, which evolved in later constitutions to play a large role in Athenian democracy. Aristotle notes that Draco, while having laws written, merely legislated for an existing unwritten Athenian constitution, such as setting exact qualifications for eligibility for office. Draco extended the franchise to all free men who could furnish themselves with a set of military equipment. They elected the Council of 400 from among their number, 9 archons, and the treasurers were drawn from persons possessing an unencumbered property not less than 10 minas. The generals, strategoi, and commanders of cavalry, hipparchioi, from those who could show an unencumbered property of not less than 100 minors and had children born in lawful wedlock over 10 years of age. Thus, in the event of their death, their estate could pass to a competent heir. These officers were required to hold to account the Prytanes, counselors, strategoi, generals, and hipparchoi, cavalry officers, of the preceding year until their accounts had been audited. The Council of Areopagus was guardian of these laws, which kept watch over the magistrates to see that they executed their offices in accordance with the laws. Any person who felt himself wronged might lay an information before the Council of Areopagus on declaring what law was broken by the wrong done to him. But as has been said before, loans were secured upon the persons of the debtors, and the land was in the hands of a few. So now you all know where draconian comes from. So 6 border tiles is not nothing. Legal code is actually also kind of neat too. But let's say when struck, turn the other cheek. Okay, I've got some choices to make here. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, almost. So I'm pretty sure this means they die. Worth it, though. Okay. I think probably extending the borders here is the right call. I mean, I do want the fishermen. We've already got the pearls that we want, so... Although culture is definitely not something to turn down. Yeah, we'll go for the fisher. Okay. There is a lot to do here. Please tell me I can build it. No. Oh, here we go. don't hate the idea of building a theater. It's just, do I want to build it in this particular area? I think actually I want more stone. So that's not a surprise. The Numidians have converted to Zoroastrianism. Their opinion of you has gone from cautious to upset. The lighthouse has been completed in Carthage. Matriarch Sapinbal the Younger has died. Matriarch Tabiba of Carthago is now the head of Carthaginian paganism. Duke Bushtart the Corrupt and Duchess Consort Ahitali have given birth to a son. Duchess Amelkart now has the diplomat trait, and your vassal family appreciates the gifts that Balzabel has brought to you. Okay. So the game is recommending the Phalanx. I'm going to do monasticism because that's our chance for Manichaeanism. Now, before we go any further, let's deal with the task at hand, which is wiping out the Gauls. This is a surprisingly weak unit. Oh, that makes sense. I didn't realize the river. Okay, colonies or serfdom? So serfdom's tempting because of the extra orders, but again, the problem with the extra unhappiness. So in this case, colonies is an automatic choice. And I think we're just going to tab through things before we go too much further. Although, I am curious. Yeah, I do need the, I do actually need the... I do need the ship to be able to move. Okay. Carthago. I have a few options, so it's very tempting to go for the Byreme at this point. No, settler before anything. In fact, let's just crank... I'm going to need 3 of those before too long. Libeum, I think I've usually gone for specialists above everything else. Nope, that's a dumb idea. Byreme first, then minor. As for you, so we finished the treasury, probably focusing on... So territorial expansion would be good. The lighthouse, it is done. Navigating the seas of the world is a perilous undertaking. The ports that can afford to use lighthouses to help navigation, but none are as magnificent as the lighthouse of Salde. It stands on an islet opposite the city harbor, over 100 meters of whitewashed stone, with stairs winding up around the outside near the base and inside further up. At the tip is an oil lamp, as wood can be scarce, that is reflected across the sea with mirrors. This beacon will stand as a testament to our people for all time, a symbol of our accomplishments today and of the glories yet to come. With this wonder, my legacy will endure. All right, back to work. So there's not a lot of rural improvements for me to be working on right now. I don't hate this idea of a hamlet. I do question the choice of a quarry here. Yeah, all these are pretty crappy. Is there a reason I have 2 workers here? Okay, I think I was going to make them build a barracks at some point. Okay, given that we're at our limit on training, let's boost the troops. I really need to get this guy somewhere that they can heal, but they are providing me some pretty important information right now. Okay, family gifts. Cost me 400 to go. Maybe we hold off on that for now. What about the people inside my court? I can't remember if we've married... Oh, right, they're exploring, so I can't marry them off. Yeah, I think we'll just end the year and take the surplus. I'm still slightly annoyed at myself over losing the... Oh, you know what? We might wind up losing another unit. Prince Ravi of Utica still feels fear, as does any sane man, but he never lets it stop him. He has gained 1 courage. Trade mission. Our ambassador Batbal has completed her mission to establish a trade network with Babylonia. The Babylonians are willing to trade, but the terms are not generous. So civics for wood, training for wood, orders for stone, and prefer not to trade. So I don't really need any of these right now. So I'm going to try one approach here, which is to go hard on this area. In an act of supplication, the surviving Gaelic nobles offer you wealth of jewelry, fineries, and icons representing their culture. As conqueror, you are expected to wear this traditional raiment. Our generals grumble behind your back, but there is wisdom in appealing to the newly vanquished. So I'll not be tainted by these savages. These prizes are mine by right and rule. Or put these treasures into our nation's coffers. Yeah, I will not be tainted by these savages. Okay, so they are capable of wiping out this unit, so I am going to slightly adjust my approach here. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work either. But there is actually one other way I can do this. Nope, because of the zone of control. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, no, zone of control is absolutely a thing. Okay, so I think we're just going to lose another melee unit. Oh, hang on, but my zone of control applies now, so they aren't able to attack that unit. We're good. we're never going to move. Not sure with these guys yet. War demand. Sudden arrival of envoys from Persia causes disorder in the court. Their ruler Astar demands that we take up arms against Hati. This is not a decision to be considered lightly. What shall we do? Yeah, wait a while. They never did anything to me. Duchess Metkamar has unexpectedly returned to the capital for a short visit. She seems very weary from her travels, but is willing to continue exploring if the court desires it. What shall we command? So she can become a new passionate voice for Carthaginian exceptionalism, becomes a zealot, no longer a diplomat. Let us make exploration the law of the land. We get the exploration law, or she should continue to explore. I'm reluctant to do this for too much longer, but I am going to do it one more time. And unfortunately, I'm going to build the hamlet here because I do need to extend the borders. It's not really what I wanted to do, though. Okay. This unit still stays put. I think we may promote them. It seems silly to do this promotion this early, so I'll pause them. Yeah, we wind up ending the year. So this is a good indicator that I may want to consider more workers, although I think, honestly, what's happening here is this is reflecting the fact that I don't have a large enough army. News arrives from Persia that Queen Astar the Noble of Persia is dead. A new ruler, King Arku the New of Persia, has claimed the throne. Their opinion of me is cautious. The influence mission of King Pharaoh and the Fountainhead has led to an event. Borrowing a dress. One evening, as you retire to your chambers, Governor Baziah the scientist stops you and asks for a private moment. I remember this one. I have a rather delicate situation, he says, with a concealed blush. As you know, I am not one for fashion, but there is a woman who wishes to come to the palace dance this evening. They don't have any suitable clothing for her. I was wondering if I could borrow a suitable dress. So, the last time I did, I'm sure we can find something in Batval's things. The guy showed up with a prostitute. Actually, I've had this happen twice. So the courtier shows up with a prostitute. One time, my wife was furious. The other time, my wife was into it. So we don't know where this is going to go. So I'm sure we can find something among Batval's things. Regretfully, I don't have a spare tunic either. Or come and see my collection. I have something for every fancy. Yeah. With the death of Queen Astar the Noble of Persia, the rule of Persia has passed to King Arku the New of Persia. The new ruler has asked that a statue of the deceased queen be erected in Caralis, claiming that Astar was particularly fond of the city. The Didonian family are outraged, pointing out that it is highly unusual for a Persian ruler to have a statue in Carthage. Will you push through this request to endear yourself to King Arku the New of Persia, or is he asking too much? So we could set up a meeting. Yes. I'm happy for them to be endeared. Zaya is the governor of Salde and a court minister, so charisma will generally help. But actually, in this case, the nets are helpful, so Pathfinder works here. And we will continue to build quarries. Okay, this was a barracks. We've got two now. It would have been better for me to put them side by side, but that's not an option anymore. I don't have the amphitheater yet. Oof, I'm not going to get it that way. I don't know what I thought I was doing. I got to get on that. Yeah, I don't know if we're actually going to finish, so this is not as easy as I thought it would be. Okay, but back to the task at hand. What do I want to do here? So a farm's not a bad idea here, but I don't exactly need a farm right now. I don't mind doing more wonders. But maybe later. Okay. We still need to make the move on the Numidians here. So for the trade missions, let's see if we can cement things with Persia. For Pharaohan, let's try and endear ourselves to more members of the court. And again, we're doing pretty well with the families, so I don't see much value in sending them off. It's actually kind of funny, like, the Chancellor is nice, but I don't really feel like the action of family gifts is the most interesting thing for me to do with them kind of over and over again. Yeah, so with Control 3 amphitheaters, one of the things that I need to focus on is culture as much as I can. Obviously, I did say I want to be working on my military where I can. News arrives from Assyria that Queen Banatu, the beloved of Assyria, is dead. A new ruler, King Puzur-Ashur, the new of Assyria, has taken the throne. Their opinion of me is pleased, and General Imlis the scientist, General the Slinger, has died in the field. Today we grieve the death of Imlis the scientist, a member of the Carthaginian court. Her spirit will be venerated, and her deeds will be remembered. Puzur-Ashur's agent. With the death of Queen Banatu, the beloved of Assyria, the rule of Assyria has passed to King Puzur-Ashur, the new of Assyria. The week after Puzur-Ashur is named leader, your guards catch an Assyrian agent who had joined the palace servants, claiming to have been invited. There's a limited amount of time before the scheming Puzur-Ashur realizes that his agent has gone missing. So we can bribe the... Oh, now Schemer is actually a tricky one here. So there's a special... Yeah, so... War scouts are invisible. Oh no, this is a different one then. There's like one where like archers become invisible, and it absolutely is very, very frustrating to deal with that ability. Okay, so bribe the agent to provide them with false information, have the agent disappear, or return his head to... I mean, how badly do I want to fight with Assyria? They do count as weaker, and we are actually gearing up for a war footing. Poor quality copper. An ambassador has arrived from Assyria asking us to end our friendly relations with Babylonia due to their unscrupulous merchants who have delivered poor quality copper ingots. They treat our messengers with contempt, he says, on account of the one trifling mina of silver on which we owe them. They feel free to speak to us in such a way. If you want to take them, take them. If not, go away. We're so going to war with them. All right, mocking the mysteries. The people of Carthago have asked for you to pass judgment on a poet who has been terrorizing the city. First chopping up a wooden statue of Baal Hammon to cook on, the poet Shamshai has been openly revealing the mysteries of the local cults. Shamshai is completely unrepentant, denying the very existence of the gods. Now, I would like some tea, so I'm going to take some time. We will read the Wikipedia article, and then we will decide the poet's fate. But first, a word from our sponsor. It's probably going to take me a couple minutes, so if you, especially if you've been sitting for a while, take a minute, get up, have a stretch, a walk around, refill your water, do whatever you need to do. But we will be back with some more Old World in a little bit. I just need to get myself some caffeine. And we'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, thank you all for your patience, and sorry to cut out the music. Today we are going to hear the story of Diagoras of Melos. Diagoras, the atheist of Melos, was a Greek poet and sophist of the 5th century BC. Throughout antiquity, he was regarded as an atheist, but very little is known for certain about what he actually believed. Anecdotes about his life indicate that he spoke out against ancient Greek religion. He allegedly chopped up a wooden statue of Heracles and used it to roast his lentils and revealed the secrets of the Eleusinian mysteries. The Athenians accused him of asabeia, impiety, and banished him from their city. He died in Corinth. Diagoras was the son of Telecleides or Telecleides, and was born on the island of Melos, one of the Cyclades. According to the Suda, he was a disciple of Democritus, after Democritus had paid 10,000 drachmas to free Diagoras from captivity following the cruel subjugation of Melos. However, no early sources mention an association with Democritus. The Suda also states that in his youth, Diagoras had acquired some reputation as a lyric poet, and this is probably the cause of being mentioned with the lyric poets Simonides, Pindar, and Bacchylides. Sorry, again, I'm pretty terrible with pronunciation. Along with his encomium, he is mentioned in a particular eulogy of Aranathes of Argos, who is otherwise unknown, another on Nicodorus, a statesman of Manetania, and a third upon the Manetanians. Nicodorus was celebrated as a statesman and a lawgiver in his native place. Aelian informs us that Diagoras was a lover of Nicodorus and assisted Nicodorus in his legislation. Constitution of Mantinea was later praised by Aristotle and Polybus as a rare example of democratic moderation and equilibrium. In his Clouds, the Athenian comic playwright Aristophanes, out of curiosity, people in chat, have any of you read the Clouds? Aristophanes alludes to Diagoras as a well-known figure of the time, whose second extant vision falls around 419 to 17 BC. Diodorus informs us that a few years later, circa 415 BC, he was accused of impiety, and he thought it best to escape Athens to avoid prosecution, and classical sources speak of a reward for either catching or killing him. Religion may have been only a pretext for the accusation for being a Melian made him the object of suspicion with the people of Athens. In 416 BC, Melos had been conquered and cruelly treated by the Athenians, and it is not at all impossible that Diagoras, indignant at such treatment, may have taken part in the party strife at Athens, and thus have drawn upon himself the suspicion of the Democratic Party. Diagoras subsequently went to Corinth, where, as the Suda states, he died. Philosophy. Little is known for certain concerning his philosophical views or the nature of his alleged atheism. All that is known for certain is on the point that Diagoras was offended by the worship of the Athenian national gods. Ancient anecdotes. Cicero, writing in the 1st century BC, tells how his friend Diagoras tried to convince him of the existence of the gods by pointing out how many votive pictures tell about people being saved from storms at sea by dint of vows to the gods, to which Diagoras replied that there are nowhere any pictures of those who have been shipwrecked and drowned at sea. I remember this now. And Cicero goes on to give another example where Diagoras was on a ship in hard weather, and the crew thought that they had brought it on themselves by taking this ungodly man on board. He then wondered if other boats out in the same storm also had Diagoras on board. This and similar anecdotes accurately describe the relation in which he stood to the popular religion, that he maintained his own position with great firmness, and perhaps with more freedom, wit, and boldness than was advisable, seems to be attested by the fact that he in particular obtained the epithet of atheist in antiquity. It is possible that he merely denied the direct interference of gods in the world, but that, since he did not believe in the personal existence of the Athenian gods and their human mode of acting, the Athenians could hardly have regarded him as other than an atheist. The Christian writer Athenagoras of Athens, 2nd century AD, writes about Diagoras. With reason did Athenians adjudge Diagoras guilty of atheism, in that he not only divulged the Orphic doctrine and published the mysteries of Eleusis and of the cabin and chopped up the wooden statue of Hercules to boil his turnips, but openly declared that there was no god at all. To return to the accusation against Diagoras, which obliged him to quit Athens, the time was one in which skepticism was beginning to undermine the foundations of ancient popular belief. The trial of those who had broken down the statues of Hermes, the profanation of the mysteries, and the accusation of Alcibiades are symptoms which show that the unbelief nourished by the speculations of philosophers and sophists, which incidentally is the subject of the clouds. This is probably not really the time to go in depth about this. But there is a perception, and maybe not an entirely unfair one today, that there aren't a lot of very good conservative comics. Now, the thing is that I also remember, like, the New Republic, one of their writers was putting out this tweet. It's like, have you ever known of a billionaire to laugh? And it's like, Jeff Bezos has a very famous laugh. I think anybody who has worked with him has actually talked about his laugh. Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger are quite well known for their sense of humor. Like, this is just one of these things that, like, sometimes you have to disentangle the fact that maybe you don't particularly like someone's politics or their social standing, but, maybe denying them things like a sense of humor is not quite the right way of going about it. But I think it would be fair to say, to a certain extent, we are in a bit of a drought for conservative humor, at least, in terms of what I don't exactly go out of my way to look for it. But when I compare it to what has historically been the case, it does actually seem to be pretty dry out there. And I give the following examples. PJ O'Rourke, like him or not, did seem to have a sense of humor, and I think would fairly be considered a conservative comedian. I'm sure he probably would have considered himself probably more libertarian at the end, but somebody who, at least in his prime, would probably reasonably be considered a conservative comic. There's a fairly famous, old but fairly famous comedy show, Yes Minister, and if you just watch it, you would see it as a pretty conservative show. Like, the villains of the show are essentially the civil service, which are trying to get the elected, undermine the elected representative. And while they quite deliberately avoid mentioning the party affiliation of the minister, Jim Hacker, it's pretty clear that you are dealing with a conservative government. And of course, this is, I believe this was kind of done around the Thatcher years. And I don't know if it's both Anthony Jay and Jonathan Lynn are both conservatives, but I do know at least one of them was a Tory. So a fairly famous example of a political comedy show was actually conservative. Now, for those of you, I don't expect a broad Twitch audience to be familiar with Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, but if you've ever watched the series The Thick of It, which is the Peter Capaldi show, very, very good one. This essentially was a modernization of Yes Minister. And actually, it's a really clever approach to it, too, because essentially you move from the civil service to sort of spin doctors. And I think that's number one, it makes for good satire. But number two, it also has a pretty decent little insight in terms of the shift in politics between this fairly famous, at least for Britain, this fairly famous comedy series, and its modern take. And like, there's definitely there's terms that have now just kind of entered the political sphere as a result of that show, which basically just tells us that satire is dead. but um, but yeah. So, I don't think Armando Iannucci has a lot of sympathy for the Conservative Party. But like, here's the thing: it's not just sort of like, sitting down with your politics and saying like, okay, I like conservatives, so I'm going to find someone who's funny, and we'll say, oh yeah, conservative comedy is great. Like, I think by any standard measure of quality, you can actually point to works of conservative comedy for which there is a consensus view of them being excellent examples. And I actually think that it's harder to find those examples now. And again, this might be that I'm looking in the wrong places. If you happen to have examples, I'd actually really love to see them, because I think it is valuable to sort of see the alternative. But the reason why I'm actually going on about this is that Aristophanes, I think, would count as this. If you think of The Clouds, this is a play which is basically about, oh, these newfangled ideas are, corrupting the youth. Oh, that shame on that Socrates. He's teaching that it's okay to beat up your dad and things like that. Now, again, I mean, does it really make sense to talk about liberal and conservative in a context of ancient Greece? Probably not. But like, it's not that hard to sort of see where there would be some sympathy with those ideas in that particular play. So, in any case, sorry, just a second. Sorry, just got a message from a coworker. But yeah, anyways, just because of the mention of the clouds, I wanted to get that little rant out of the way. Back to ancient anecdotes about Diagoras. Right. So this is the stuff we were talking. I just wanted to bring this up because this is essentially what Aristophanes is talking about in the clouds. The other one I really like, incidentally, if you do want to read Aristophanes, I like the frogs a lot. The frogs basically, Dionysus goes to the underworld to find a dramatist to sort of rally Athens in its time of need. It sort of needs a great poet to sort of rally the spirit. And you have Aeschylus and Euripides, both in Hades. And there's essentially a rap battle to decide who the best poet is. And there's this, to finally decide it, the two poets speak words into a scale, and the weightier words decide who wins. And similarly, in this case, Aeschylus, the great master, the original, is the one that wins, and Euripides, the flashy upstart, the newfangled poet, is the one who's left second best. And Sophocles is actually put in his place while Aeschylus is up in the waking world, trying to sort things out through the power of his verse. So, anyways, a few works that are probably out of public domain now that you can you can read. Okay. There is no doubt that Diagoras paid no regard to the established religion of the people, and he may occasionally have ridiculed it, but also ventured on direct attacks upon public institutions of Athenian worship, such as the Eleusinian Mysteries, which he endeavored to lower in public estimation, and he is said to have prevented many persons from becoming initiated in them. These, at least, were the points on which the ancients accuse him, and Melanthius, in his work on the mysteries, mentions the decree passed against Diagoras. There were undoubtedly political motives in all of these religious disputes. Diagoras was Melian and consequently belonged to the Dorian race. He was a friend of the Dorian Mantinea, which was hated by Athens and had only recently given up its alliance with Athens. The Dorians and Ionians were opposed to each other at various points of their worship, and this spark of hostility was kindled into a growing hatred by the Peloponnesian War. Diagoras fled from Athens in time to escape the consequences of the attacks which his enemies had made upon him. He was therefore condemned, and the Sephisma was engraved on a column, promising a prize for his head and 1 talent to the person who should bring his dead body to Athens, and 2 talents to him who should deliver him up alive to the Athenians. Modern appraisal. Sorry, I actually just want to take a quick look at the sources here. Okay. Modern appraisal. J.M. Robinson writes on Diagoras that it was about that time, 415 BC, that the poet Diagoras of Melos was prescribed for atheism, he having declared that the non-punishment of a certain act of iniquity proved that there were no gods. It has been surmised, with some reason, that the iniquity in question was the slaughter of the Milesians by the Athenians in 416 BC, and the Athenian resentment in that case was personal and political rather than religious. For some time after 415, the Athenian courts made strenuous efforts to punish every discoverable case of impiety, and parodies of the Eleusinian mysteries were alleged against, I think this is Alcibiades, just with a different spelling, and others. Diagoras, who was further charged with divulging the Eleusinian and other mysteries, and with making firewood of an image of Heracles, telling the god thus to perform his 13th labor by cooking turnips. Sorry, I find this a really funny anecdote for some reason. Perform his 13th labor by cooking turnips became thenceforth one of the proverbial atheists of the ancient world, and a reward for a silver talent was offered for killing him and 2 talents for his capture alive, despite which he seems to have escaped. The relation of Diagoras to the popular religion and theology of his age cannot be explained without going back to the opinions of the natural philosophers and the intellectual movement of the time. The pre-Socratic philosophers had increasingly explained natural phenomena in terms of natural laws without the need for divine intervention. In particular, the atomism of Democritus had substituted for a world-governing God in relation of cause and effect as the sources of all things. Democritus explained that the widespread belief in gods as the result of fear of unusual and unaccountable phenomena in nature, and starting from this principle, Diagoras, at a time when the ancient popular belief had already been shaken, especially in the minds of the young, came forward with the doctrine that there were no gods at all. His attacks seem to have been mainly directed against the dogmas of Greek theology and mythology, as well as against the established forms of worship. According to the fashion of the Sophists, which is caricatured by Aristophanes in the Clouds, he substituted the active powers of nature for the activity of the gods, and some isolated statements that have come down to us render it probable that he did this in a witty manner. Jennifer Michael Hecht writes on Diagoras that the poet Diagoras of Melos was perhaps the most famous atheist in the 5th century. Although he did not write about atheism, anecdotes about his unbelief suggest that he was self-confident, almost teasing, and very public. He revealed the secret rituals of the Eleusinian mystery religion to everyone and thus made them ordinary. That is, he purposefully demystified a cherished sacred rite, apparently to provoke his contemporaries into thought. In another famous story, a friend pointed out an expensive display of votive gifts and said, "You think the gods have no care for man? Why, you can see from all these votive pictures how many people have escaped the fury of storms at sea by praying to gods who have brought them safe to harbor." To which Diagoras replied, "Yes, indeed, but where are the pictures of all those who suffered shipwreck and perished in the waves?" A good question. Diagoras was indicted for profaning the mysteries, but escaped. A search was out for him throughout the Athenian Empire, which indicated that the charges were serious, but he was not found. Sorry, just 1 second here. All right. So, charge the poet with destroying a statue, but not impiety. Agree that such impiety must be met with exile. Or maybe there is some wisdom to the arguments. What are their stats? Yeah, let's go for it. Maybe there's some wisdom to our arguments. A new court minister, Shamshai, has joined the court. Her aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. All right. So it seems to me like we move straight on the Numidians at this point. But I am definitely running short of soldiers. Okay, there's like 100 stonecutters that I can build, but maybe we'll go for the officer first. So the other thing I want to know, what is the culture level? Developing. Jesus, that's going to take forever. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to get that amphitheater, to be honest. All right, I've got my nets. I should be more inventive than this, but farms it is. I think I'm just going to keep... Actually, you know what? In this case, I'm going to assign a general. I'm going to keep them in place so that they can level up. Prince Rabbi of Utica follows a strict regime, never taking the easy way if it is not the best way. He's gained +1 discipline. You've successfully exerted your influence upon Prince Rabbi of Utica. Prince Rabbi of Utica is influenced. Right. So now we can get the phalanx. I can improve... I think the composite bow is a better option, to be honest. So as much as I like spearmen, the other option is rhetoric. No, because, yeah, epics are good in this case because they will give me the culture for beating up enemy units. Let's give my character more wisdom. Alright, we've definitely been waiting for this. Okay, they want me to build the Ishtar Gate. Good for growth and culture, so... I don't hate this option, although I question this placement. Like, why not put it here? Yeah, I'm gonna build this. So I don't feel good about this, but I'm actually going to build a lumber mill here. Probably should have been moving these units before anything else. Scrub feels the most appropriate here. Valuable experience. It has come to our attention that Duke Bodestart the Corrupt, governor of Carthago, has had a revelation about his experiences as a leader. How should he find more insights? Listen closely to political advisors, which will increase discipline, or seek knowledge from books and scholars. Let's go for more wisdom. Monotheism or polytheism? Is there one spirit with many faces, or a single divine entity? Our mystics wish to know if the truth lies in monotheism or polytheism. So, monotheism will give me extra orders for state religion cities, or we respect the old and new gods. We can build shrines in every year. It's tempting for polytheism, but I'm going to say there's one true god. And I'm really hoping here that we are able to wind up with Manichaeism. Okay, let's try and win over more members of the court. Okay, so first of all, I want to win over the head of Carthaginian paganism. So why isn't this an option? Oh, we don't have the money for it. Okay. Hatti is now at war with the Scythians. Generally that's good, but that does mean that I might be losing an opportunity to expand, so I want to be careful about this. The Scythians have converted to Christianity. Their opinion of you has gone from upset to furious. Manichaeanism has now been founded in Utica. Excellent for us. Firuz the Younger has died, and Duke Abdosir is now old enough to be tutored by courtiers. Gladys the Gaul has died, so she didn't really do anything for us. Trade mission. Our ambassador, Batbal, successfully completed her trade mission to establish a trade network with Persia. How shall each side benefit from the free flow of trade? We can give civics for wood, which is pretty tempting. Training for food, even more tempting. Or sorry, for wood. Orders for stone. Yeah, I can't give up the orders. Well, 1.2 for... Yeah, I think I will actually give up orders for stone. I definitely want the Byreme, even though it's nice to have the other things. I need a navy. Today we grieve the death of Budalatus the Gaul, a member of the Carthaginian court, whose spirit will be venerated and her deeds will be remembered. She served us well. All right. The people of Utica have started the religion of light, Manichaeism. Revering Mani as the final prophet after the Buddha, Jesus, and Zoroaster, the followers of Manichaeism view the world as under the influence of both the good powers of God and the evil of the devil. They seek out spiritual knowledge in this flawed world. How will you support the new religion? Invite the leaders to meet the scholars. Ask to hear more of their ideas, or we have nothing to learn from you. Hear more of their ideas. Epics or exploration? We definitely want the epics here, so let us share our own stories. Time passes quickly. Duke Adbasir is growing up fast and eager to learn. How would you like to educate him? Okay. Give him training in tactics. Batball is your wife and the ambassador. I think we should probably upgrade the discipline at this point. Cult of Flame. Scholars at the site of the Numidians' defeat discover shrines, carvings, and statues depicting the worship of fire. They believe these treasures are associated with the Cult of Flame, an ancient tribal religion still practiced by many of our subjects. The cult's icons are sacred to its followers, so we should proceed with caution. So we can show them in the city to show tolerance. We can lower discontent in Carolus, or deface them and smash them to dust. Yep. Smash him. Okay. Anchor ships. Okay, ship units like the Byreme, Trireme, and the Droman can anchor to enable land units to move over water tiles. Without the help of an anchored ship, land units can only move through water tiles within their nation's territory. Anchoring comes at the cost of 1 order and puts the ship unit on cooldown. Land units may move over water within the movement range of the anchored ship, starting the turn after the ship in question has anchored. The anchor status of ships persists until it is moved. Anchor a ship by pressing the anchor button in its action panel on the left side of the screen while the ship unit is selected. So this is going to take a while to move, but we'll be in good shape. I don't think another Byreme will hurt here. Okay, so it's recommending a quarry here. I'm trying to think of the urban tiles that I can be building, to be honest. Okay, actually, I'm seeing kind of the logic of the shrine that they're proposing. I'm not going to build it, but I am going to build a hamlet. Speaking of, so Corrales still doesn't have a connection to the capital. Everybody else does, though. Interesting. So I think Spartacus is the right call here for tutoring the future general. Adopt a straight religion. Worshippers from all over the nation arrive at court seeking direction. Is it time to adopt Manichaeism as our state religion? Doing so will reduce discontent in Manichaean cities and improve relations with families who follow Manichaeism. Yes. So I'm going to need to work on this transition as quickly as I can. Now Utica seems to be able to build a stronghold. So that makes me wonder about the amphitheater. Nope, that needs strong culture. Okay. So I'm wondering, it wants a stronghold here, but what if I build the stronghold here? It costs a lot of gold, but that's life. Okay, I think I will build a lumber mill. Mostly because I can, to be honest. Okay, game is recommending steel for the Axeman, and I don't dislike that option. I am going to need to start thinking a bit about religion, because I haven't actually done religion in Old World before. Good culture output. Okay, do we have the option for Gnosticism already? Because it occurred to me that the ability to build archives, like metaphysics, has a few nice features. I feel like iconography is a little late for Gnosticism. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we have that option. Yes, I mean, do I starve my military at a time we might be going? I am going to do metaphysics. Let me double check I got that right. Yes, because we can build archives. So let's take a minute here and familiarize ourselves with religion. So 14% chance compared to Judaism. Christianity is also a pretty quick spreader. So I definitely want to spread Manichaeism as quickly as I can. Actually, I don't think it would hurt to read the Wikipedia article on it, because I'm not as familiar. Religions provide culture and affect discontent in cities with them. For example, a city with a friendly religion will have its discontent reduced by 2. You can choose to adopt a state religion in your nation, and it allows you to impact that religion. Here we go. Okay, there are 2 types of religions, world and pagan. World religions, such as Judaism, are founded by the first nation to fulfill specific requirements. Pagan religions are founded by building the first of your nation's shrines. All religions give culture to their cities, and a pleased or friendly religion will reduce discontent, while an upset, angry, or furious religion will increase discontent. Which means I still want to make nice with the Carthaginian pagans. The 4 world religions, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and Manichaeism, are founded when the nation achieves each one's specific prerequisites. Cities with that religion can then build disciples, which are capable of spreading the religion to other settlements. These disciples can also build monasteries, temples, cathedrals, and holy sites to their religions. Finally, disciples can establish a theology for world religions. Okay, so the idea here is that Utica, after it builds its acolyte, we should build a disciple, and we should actually probably build 2. One for theology, one for conversion. Then a gardener. And an officer. And a poet. Actually, the poets should be really high priorities given the time that it takes me to get culture. Persia is now at war with the Thracians. Reports of a tribal raid from a Scythian bastion near Lilybaeum. Belbad the Greedy is converted to Manichaeism. Matriarch Tabiba of Carthago has died. Matriarch Ildash the Younger is now head of Carthaginian paganism. Their opinion of me has gone from upset to cautious. Acerbis of Lilybaeum has died. Spartacus the Thracian has died. Duke Bodestart the Corrupt has recently proven his good sense and insight and has gained wisdom. Oligarch Mago the Intelligent has died. Governor of Nora has died in office. And Oligarch Sulfansiba the Diplomat is now head of the Maganid family. Okay, there's a lot that we need to get sorted out here. So he served us well. Returned by grace. After Mago the Intelligent's funeral rites, you are approached by a young man who claims to be the courtier's long-lost son. The Carthaginian pagan disciple believes that it is God's will that he serves you as his father did before. Will you accept Hamilcar of Nora's service? These are clearly lies! Or make him a court soldier. So how good is he as a general? Pretty good. New court soldier, Hamilcar has joined the court. His experience in matters of war will help keep Carthage safe. Duchess Ametkomark has unexpectedly returned to the capital for a short visit. She seems weary from her travels, but is willing to continue exploring if the court desires it. I do not want to replace epics. I will teach our greatest scientist what she's learned, and then we will find her a husband. Okay. Oter the Witty is not my favorite choice, but is not a bad choice. Okay, so we've got some mines and quarries to be built here. This is good for a Maganid city. Okay. Is there no head of... I definitely don't want them to be upset, but they should get around to appointing a leader. Okay, let's cycle through some of the other things first. Okay, for them... God. That gives me nothing. You know what? I'm going to tab this out for a second. It seems to me like I should be messing with the ships before I do too much else. This unit can take the city site. I don't mind that. I guess we should wipe out the bad guys. Hiram is the general of the war elephant and a court soldier, so we'll boost his courage. I think I gotta change what I did. Problem is if I move off the city site... Oh, actually, you know what? There might be another way of me handling this. There we go. Okay, so I should have a ship that I can send. So the idea here is we'll take out the Scythians here. It's gonna be kind of hard. Should definitely be moving people into position. Wow, that was a lot. A lot to give up. Okay. I guess I need to build walls first. Caracalis, I think we're going to start building archives. Okay, and I think I prefer composite bows to spearmen at this point. Ah, dirty. All right. Patriarch Belbad the Greedy is now head of Manichaeism. Prince Rabba of Utica still feels fear, as does any sane man, but he never lets it stop him. He has gained courage. An entourage of grim ambassadors arrive from Persia. They bring a message from their ruler, Arku. They demand that we declare war against their enemy, the Thracians. How shall we respond? What's the relationship with Persia like? Actually, not a bad one, so we will wage war on the Thracians. While conducting drills along the border, Duke Abusir and a group of other students are beset by a band of roaming savages. Fighting fiercely, the youths repel the barbarians and send them fleeing into the wilderness. The school's instructors are very pleased with the progress of their pupils, and they wish to honor them accordingly. Duke Abusir is a tactics student. Yes, honor with their bravery and unity. Alright, now, I was going to do this myself, but I'm glad that they... Or maybe I did, and Anyways. A new marriage proposal for your... No, I wouldn't have initiated this because it's among the two different families. So, a new marriage proposal from your granddaughter, Duchess Amat Melkart has arrived from the Maganid and Hanoid families. We should consider how this will affect the court. Pygmalion is the younger of the two. We do need to produce an heir still. Also good stats. I mean, like, the charisma is kind of nice, but yeah, Pygmalion is the best option. Okay, so I'm going to influence the head of Manichaeism. So it says he can be sent on a mission, but I don't think he will. I feel like he doesn't like me enough. Yeah. This is a tough call for me, right? I think I need to hold the line and hope that we can break through. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be a real pain to make happen. Okay, well, one thing I can start with is heading off this invasion with a fleet. The slinger was ineffective in attack. Oh, okay, yeah. Ooh. I'm just gonna have to accept this is gonna be kind of miserable for a bit. Okay, so I got a few things to do. One, assign some generals and just assign some generals and generally take care of my army. Okay, was ineffective in attacking. Yeah, so we know. Oh god. Okay. Fine. You get skipped. You get skipped. None of these are good. Stronghold will help though. Wait, they want another hamlet? That doesn't make any sense. I think I'm gonna have to settle for a hamlet here. Okay, so in its current state, I think we... So, I mean, I do have the option of going to war with Assyria, but I think that's opening up way too much of a fight right now. It's like we just start moving our forces back. But I probably want to keep them in the area. Families are feeling okay. But yeah, the biggest thing right now is I need to figure out where the hell I'm getting... Oh yeah, no, okay, the answer is obvious. Utica. In 1 year, I'm going to be able to build an amphitheater. And not a moment too soon. This could be worse, but it's definitely looking pretty grim for the group. News arrives from Hatti that King Mursili the Noble of Hatti is dead. A new ruler, Queen Caduce the New of Hatti, has taken the throne. Their opinion of you is now upset. The prophet Jonah has converted to Manichaeism. All right, you can come back. At the funeral of King Mursili the Noble of Hatti, you are approached by the new queen, Caduce, with tears in her eyes and steel in her posture. I shall not beat around the bush, Mursili told me that he owed you a debt. I would like to see that debt repaid. Will you accept? I will accept a sizable donation, or ask that they keep the favor for the time being. I don't really need money. No, money will let me build things. Governor Matan of Carthago comes to court, raving about a new text given to him by travelers from the East. This compilation of sacred writings, also called scriptures, are teachings of the Jewish God recorded by scholars through the ages. Intrigued, you read some of it for yourself. So we can all learn from Judaism, or an interesting text, but I'm not swayed by the teaching. Adopt a state religion. Worshippers from all over the nation arrive at court seeking direction. Is it time to adopt Judaism as our state religion? Doing so will reduce discontent in Jewish cities and improve relations with families who follow Judaism. No! I realize you're the governor and all, but Tribeslayer, acting independently of the military command, Duke Abdosir and a squad of loyal soldiers and mercenaries raid the camps of the Scythians. The battle is pitched and bloody. It calls to mind Abdosir's skirmishes along the border during his years in training. Triumphant, the war partly emerges with a victory over the Scythians at the head of Pitane. Wow. So admonish him for his recklessness, celebrate the victories in the capital, and he loses discipline. I don't want any of these. Manichaean dissent. Manichaean discontent has spilled onto the streets of Utica. The normally peaceful followers of Mani rioting at their unjust treatment. Unhappy with your rule, the local priests are leading the faithful in attacks on guards and encouraging resistance against the crowd. Prepare the guards for any threat. Seek to appease the Manichaean leaders. Appease them. Religious dissent. Religious dissent has broken out in Utica. This project is added through events, and there is a chance for it to appear when a religion in your nation is upset with you, as well as adding for a chance for rebels. It will stop the random spread of religions in your city. Religious dissent can be removed from cities by clergy characters of the same religion, who can be made by the religion's head inducted into the clergy mission. Utica has a Zoroastrian dissent. Utica has Jewish dissent and has a Christian dissent, or Utica has Manichaean dissent. Okay, so, seems to me like we need to get... We need to get somebody in the clergy. There must be an easier way for me to judge people's religion. Let's try a high synod to begin with. So all my Manichaean characters, unfortunately. Oh, hang on. I don't follow this state religion. That's a problem. Forgotten Prophet. While poring through Zoroastrian texts in an effort to understand your new religion, there is one passage that stands out as particularly strange. The text mentions a Carthaginian prophet who had a voice that compelled even the most cynical to fall on their knees before God. The prophet's name and his words have been scratched from the tablet, and there is no mention of him in any of the other texts. Why would someone go to such lengths to erase this mysterious figure? So try to find other texts that mention the prophet, or ignore the strange... Nope. Find other texts. The Forgotten Prophet. Consulting with various scholars and searching through the palace's library proves fruitless. It is as if the prophet never existed. It is not until weeks later that a chance encounter reminds you of the quest, when visiting a merchant offers you a rare find, a stone tablet unearthed from a ruined temple and decorated with the same story that you encountered in your research. The pictures are surrounded by writing in an archaic form of Akkadian. Pressing the merchant further, she reveals that it is a common story in Babylonia, although in their version the hero is an ancestor of Queen Belisunu the Noble of Babylonia and a Manichaean rather than a Jewish prophet. So we can send a messenger to Belisunu, search for someone within your nation who can translate the Punic fragment, or send the tablet back to Babylonia as a gift. Tempting, but yeah, let's send a messenger to Belisunu. Manichaeism's a little happier with me now. How did the city convert? This is the holy city of... I should actually double check that. I mean, maybe you can be more than one religion. It certainly seems like it. So, one way or the other, I definitely want to spread it rapidly. But I should probably also make nice with Judaism at some point. Okay, Keralis. I don't dislike the idea of a master officer, although maybe I should be focusing more on the military. And start with the officer. Okay, so we'll move them to this city site. I think this makes more sense because it gets me more stone. For some reason they want me to build a barracks here, but I can't. Okay. Decision time. I think a theater here makes a lot of sense. Okay, now I've got some specific plans for this area. So, zap you. So we need to take these guys out because they're a threat to the slinger. Actually, they'll kill the slinger outright, so... So I believe with the zone of control, that will actually... Oh, no, doesn't quite exactly work. Well, no, because it's ranged, that does actually do the trick. So we're not exactly doing great as far as health is concerned, but it's like we're keeping the wolf over the door. I don't know. I'm trying to put a brave face on this. As long as we don't lose the unit, I'll be happy. I think this one, it's pretty unlikely we're gonna keep though. Okay, we'll still. Oh, we can move you back. Okay, let's see how bad the damage winds up being. I mean, the stuff survived. Babylonia is now at truce with Persia. Matriarch Istipira the Gracious is now head of Judaism. Duke Consort Pygmalion has died, so we need to get a new... We don't actually have an heir yet. Hamilcar of Nora has tutored Duke Abdosir, improving his discipline. I have successfully exerted my influence upon Patriarch Bad the Greedy. Alright. So many choices. So it's recommending Portcullis. Spymaster does make a lot of sense. Tolerance, reduce to unhappiness per non-state religion, or orthodoxy. Can purge world religions. Costs us money, but we have that, so... But I will do the portcullis for the Spymaster. Vashdart is your son and governor of Carthago. Quarries is actually pretty tempting here, so let's make him a delver. Okay, there's a couple things I want to do right off the bat. I need to heal some units. Now that doesn't mean I'm not going to... Like, I don't want to be idle with this. I do want to still... I do still want to cause trouble where I can. Might have been a better idea for me to... You know what? It's just a chance for me to take out a enemy unit. Okay. We will tutor. Hamilcar is still the right choice here. Let's get a husband. Okay, now we'll convert you to the state religion. As far as you... Okay, that's not happening. So it says the Patriarch's idle, but they're still not pleased with me, so I'm going to need to wait on that. We're going to lose it one way or the other. Let's at least try and move out. Cottage decor. The construction of new dwellings near Salde gives the court designers an opportunity to show off their good taste. How shall they decorate? Lavish works of art which will improve the culture. Install busts of Maganoid... No. Definitely lavish works of art. Return of the Prophet. So. Jehu, Yahu is he, was the 10th king of the northern kingdom of Israel since Jeroboam I, noted for exterminating the house of Ahab. He is the son of Jehoshaphat, grandson of Nimshi, and possibly great-grandson of Omri, although the latter notion is not supported by the biblical text. His reign lasted for 28 years. William F. Albright dated his reign to 842 to 850 BCE, while E.R. Thiel offers the dates 841 to 814 BCE. The principal source for the events of his reign comes from 2 Kings. Proclamation as king. The reign of Jehu's predecessors, Jehoram, was marked by the Battle of Ramon Gilead against the army of the Arameans. Jehoram was wounded and returned to Jezreel to recover. He was attended by Ahaziah, king of Judah, who was also his nephew, son of sister Athaliah. Meanwhile, according to the writer of the Book of Kings, the prophet Elisha ordered one of his students to go to Ramoth Gilead and separate Jehu, who was a military commander at the time, from his companions. There he was able to anoint Jehu as king in an inner chamber and explained to him that he was to act as an agent of divine judgment against the house of Ahab. The student followed these instructions, and upon completion he ran away. Jehu initially dismissed the student as being a madman, but nonetheless told his companions about his anointing. His companions later enthusiastically blew their trumpets and proclaimed him their king. Jezreel and the deaths of Jehoram and Jezebel. With a chosen band, Jehu planned his conspiracy against King Jehoram and secretly entered Jezreel. King Jehoram tried to flee, but Jehu shot an arrow which pierced his heart. Jehu later threw his body on Naboth's vineyard to avenge Naboth, whom Jehoram's father and mother had murdered. King Uzziah fled after seeing Jehoram's death, but Jehu wounded him. Uzziah nonetheless managed to flee to Megiddo, where he died. Megiddo, incidentally, is, if you've heard Armageddon, that's the spot. Jehu proceeded to enter the premises of the palace at Jezreel. Jezebel watched him with contempt from the palace window and mockingly compared him to King Zimri. Jehu later commanded Jezebel's eunuchs to throw her out the palace window. They obeyed his commands, and Jezebel was instantly killed. Jehu trampled over her body, but when he decided later to arrange a proper burial due to her royal descent, only her skull, hands, and feet remained. The rest of her body had been eaten by dogs. Now master of Jezreel, Jehu wrote to command the chief men in Samaria to hunt down and kill all the royal princes. They did as ordered, and the next day they piled the 70 heads in 2 heaps outside the city gate, as Jehu commanded. Ahab's entire family was slain. Shortly afterward, Jehu encountered the 42 brothers of Uzziah, since the brothers of Uzziah had previously been taken away and probably killed by the Philistines. These must have been relatives of Uzziah in a broader sense, like nephews and cousins. At Beth Ikt of the shepherds, they told Jehu that they were visiting the royal family. Jehu, however, killed them all at the pit of Beth Eked. Following Jehu's slaughter of the Omrides, he met Jehonadab and Rechabite and convinced him that he was a pro-Yahwist. Jehonadab quickly allied with him, and they entered the capital together. In control of Samaria, he invited the worshippers of Baal to a ceremony, then trapped and killed them. After that, he destroyed their idols and temple and turned the temple into a latrine. Jesus! And this is the event we're about to deal with. Other than Jehu's bloodthirsty seizure of power and his tolerance for the golden calves at Dan and Bethel, condemned as the corrupted vision of Yahwism by biblical writers, little else is known of his reign. He was hard-pressed by Hazael, king of the Arameans, who defeated his armies throughout all of the territories of Israel beyond the Jordan River in the lands of Gilead, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. This suggests that Jehu offered tribute to Shalmaneser III as depicted on his black obelisk in order to gain a powerful ally against the Arameans. Bit Cumri was used by Tiglath-Pileser III for the non-Omride kings Pekah and Hosea. Hence, house-land kingdom of Omri could apply to later Israelite kings not necessarily descended from Omri. According to others, this description should be taken very literally, as in this period Assyrians were very closely following the events in this area, with control slipping in later years. The destruction of the house of Ahab is commended by the author of 2 Kings as a form of divine punishment. Yahweh rewards Jehu for being a willing executor of divine judgment by allowing 4 generations of kings to sit on the throne of Israel. Jehu and his descendants, Jehoahaz, Jehoshaphat, and Jeroboam II and Zechariah ruled Israel for 102 years. Nonetheless, according to the book of Hosea, the house of Jehu was still punished by God through the hands of the Assyrians for Jehu's massacre at Jezreel. Some biblical commentators reasoning that this was because Jehu's motives may not have been entirely pure in his massacre. Archaeological evidences. Black obelisk. Aside from the Hebrew scriptures, Jehu appears in Assyrian documents, notably the black obelisk, where he is depicted as kissing the ground in front of Shalmaneser III and presenting a gift, much silver. In the Assyrian documents, he is simply referred to as son of Omri. The tribute is dated to 841 BCE. It is the earliest preserved depiction of an Israelite. According to the obelisk, Jehu severed his alliances with Phoenicia and Judah and became a subject to Assyria. Tel Dan Stel, the author of the Tel Dan Stel, 9th century BCE, found in 1993 and 1994, claimed to have slain both Uzziah of Judah and Jehoram of Israel, whom Uzziah was visiting. Some contend the author of this monument is Hazrael of the Arameans. Though 2 Kings 9 specifically mentions it was Jehu who killed Uzziah and Jehoram after being anointed king of Israel by a young prophet sent by the prophet Elijah. The author may have been Jehu, according to Dr. David Miano in his presentation, who wrote the Tel Dan inscription at a conference of the Save Ancient Studies. Sorry. It's hard to tell which is English and which is a specialized name. At the conference of the Save Ancient Studies Alliance in 2021, available on YouTube. All right. After his exile, Jonah began prophesying that Shuma shall become king over Babylonia and take his vengeance upon us. Jonah also anointed Salphonseba as future queen of Carthage and chose Samshay as the next prophet. Jonah prophesies, "It shall be whoever escapes the sword of Shuma, Salphonseba will kill, and whoever escapes from the sword of Salphonseba, Shamsay will kill." It seems now that we now have many enemies because of Jonah. Their heads shall be on pikes. So I want to see what the deal is with Archon. The song bringing up previously unheld feelings to start an inquisition. I really wish I understood this. Okay, Archon. Here we go. Thanks. Thanks, game. All right, imprisoned missions let you place a member of your court in jail at the cost of a few orders and some training. You must have a chancellor to conduct imprisoned missions. Imprisoned missions may also lead to follow-up events. You can conduct an imprisoned mission by clicking on the imprison button in the action panel on the left, while a character other than your leader or chancellor is selected. You may only imprison members of your own nation. An imprisoned character cannot marry, have children, succeed to the throne, or have a job of any kind. I don't wish to imprison them. Okay, I do need to deal with this event at some point, but okay, the Forgotten Prophet. Your messenger weaves his way to the palace of Hattusa, presenting your findings before the court. The audience is not a success. The Hittites are treating the messenger with hostility before the queen tersely tells him to leave. However, the messenger is approached by another when leaving the city, a discontent minister who tells the whole story. Caduceus' ancestor was the prophet, but after the nation's adoption of Zoroastrianism, their royal family have made every effort to destroy all records of their ancestors' Manichaean faith, despite the fact that Manichaeism was founded after these events. The courtier offers to reveal the location of the cave where the prophet resided, if you allow him to join the court of Carthage. Yep. A new court minister, Sutarna, has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. The Prophet's Cave. Your newfound helper points the way to the Prophet's Cave as promised. It is a humble place carved into a cliff near the border of Carthage, with a small spring at the back creating a small stream that winds out along the stone floor. The walls are covered with Punic and Hittite writings, praising the glory of God and telling the prophet's full story. They say that this is where the prophet's journey started after drinking from the water and being found worthy by God. The writings predict that a king will one day arrive who will have to decide to drink and be tested, or to share the sacred waters with the world. And you are now here. The Hittites are unlikely to take kindly to you revealing the story that they have been trying to erase, but this is an undoubtedly holy site for Manichaeism. So I can drink from the spring to become cursed or blessed, open the cave as a site of pilgrimage, at which point Hati will declare war, or destroy the cave. So the challenge here is Hati... Nope, Hati counts as much weaker. Open the cave to a site of pilgrimage. All right. I mean, everybody's plotting on me already. So I can gain courage or I can gain orders. Courage it is. Diplomacy is quite different. I'm not actually that sure. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I need to figure out what's going on here. Oh, right, I probably need to get the second tier before I do anything else. Okay. So I can give you an example of the diplomacy in a little bit. One thing I will say for this is that in Old World, you start off, generally you start off as a considerably weaker nation, like a weaker force. And so one of the things for me is playing as Carthage has been a question of trying to keep my charisma high enough so that people don't necessarily go to war with me. Now, obviously in multiplayer, people are maybe not going to quite play along, you know, they're not necessarily going to play along that way. But that is one thing that I notice is quite different. Sorry, I just still need to figure out. Okay. So, shrines and monasteries will give me more culture. Lower rebel chances, more money. Less ways. I think I prefer mythology. The catch is, like, do I want to... Okay, I am going to start with the monastery. Okay, now it seems to me like I should be building an amphitheater soon. I do think this range makes sense, so we'll go with one of those. Okay, this I'm definitely going to buy for the... God, 7 years? I don't think we're going to last that long. Okay, let's see the damage. Yeah, sorry, I'll try and show off some diplomacy in a little bit. Okay, that's not much of a surprise there. Reports of a tribal raid from the Thracian encampment near Lilybaeum. Governor Matan of Carthago has died in office. Oh, sorry, of Utica has died in office. Prince Robbie of Utica is feeling ill, lightheaded, and weak. Duchess Amelcart still feels fear, as does any sane woman, but she never lets it stop her. She has gained +1 courage. Only the best. It has been months of negotiation with the Hanoids, but your skills as a diplomat have secured the finest matches for Duchess Amat Melkart. Do either of the final two Hanoid suitors meet your standards? So she's 29. Melak is 35. And Adonabal is 36. Actually, really good traits for both of them. But this one's got the higher charisma. Okay, mutual benefit. A messenger has arrived from Babylonia with an intriguing offer. Queen Melusunu, the noble of Babylonia, finds herself with a strong military, but a shortage of resources, and her message suggests perhaps we can both benefit from the situation. For a modest fee, you can acquire the services of a powerful Akkadian archer, a rare sight outside the forces of Babylonia. Of course, the message concludes, if you refuse, I will need to find some other use for my excess forces, and they may wind up in Carthago regardless. 300 wood for an archer? I think that's an excellent offer. The mongrel. One day on the training grounds, Duke Abdosir notices a lame mongrel begging for scraps. He takes the creature into his care and nurses him back to health. From that point forward, the creature never leaves Abdosir's side. The dog possesses complete devotion to Abdosir, who turns to you for guidance on how to best raise the pup. What training do you suggest? Treat the dog with affection and gentleness, because compassion's maybe not the best trait for my general, but the charisma and discipline is. A wayward cult. The influence of the cult of the healer has steadily grown in Carthago due to the cult accepting initiates from every part of society. Your council are worried about the power that the organization now wields within the city, with many of the administrators, even Duke Budgedart the Corrupt, now members. There are reports that members of the cult are becoming increasingly antagonistic to your rule, viewing the authority of the divine as above your own. How will you curtail this religious extremism? So we can expel the cult from from Carthage. Remove Duke Budgedart from his position. Let's remove him from his position. So choose the new candidate. Zohar the Naturalist looks like a good candidate, both for the reduced discontent, but just lots of good stats in general. So, okay. So, in terms of diplomacy, so you've got just the different ratings for the, all of the different regions and potential rivals and such. So the way that you will actually conduct diplomacy, it's not quite the same as civilization, first of all, in the sense that, like, you can just call up anyone. Sorry. A lot of tradable goods. So what I would need would be my my ambassador, who happens to be my wife. So I can... right now, my wife is currently involved with the High Synod among sort of all the different religious groups. So first of all, your diplomat is a resource to be used. But essentially, these are the options that I've got here, right? I can do national peace, tribal truce, I can demand tribute, I can do trade missions. But, again, some of the pushes and pulls are going to sort of be a little bit more relationship-based. So yeah, sorry, I said I was going to try and show the mechanics, and I completely forgot that I was doing my synod. So, I got to deal with... So the Thracians are going to be coming soon. clear out the riffraff if I can. Dromod is your daughter-in-law and general of the chariot. Let's try and deal with those negative traits first. So, unfortunately, I don't get to heal anyone off of this. Okay, new governor for Carthage. This is pure benefit, so... I can't make him... Yeah, everyone who needs to be married currently is. Okay. Skip you, skip you. Probably need this archer. I need this archer on the front lines as soon as possible, but let's deal with my workers first. Ah, so much to do. Okay. Okay, surely I can build an amphitheater somewhere. Oh wait, this one already has the amphitheater, right, okay. Less of a mystery there. That's surprising that I don't get a barracks there. Oh, maybe because I've already built some? Anyway, I can live with the range. Okay, so the workers are spoken for now. But I need to think about how I'm... So there's a few things that I need to do. So we're currently at war. We're at war with the Thracians, the Scythians, now the Hittites. Actually, how many cities do they have? It may not even say. But yeah, I think probably... So there's two reasons why we want to put some heavy focus in this region. One, so we can put the screws to the Scythians and take their territory. And number two, so we can move on to Hatti. This is a tough one because the counterattack is actually a really good ability, but crit on a ranged unit's also really good. Okay, let's get some healing in. Yeah, okay, we're done. So this is good because it's a distraction from this unit, which kind of needs to hold the line for a bit. Babylonia now has a truce with Assyria, always having been a bit sickly. Queen Consort Batbal has now become severely ill. Prince Rabbit of Utica has recovered from his malaise and is no longer ill. Governor Zohar the Naturalist has converted to Carthaginian paganism. The High Synod mission of Queen Consort Batbal has led to an event, and you've successfully converted Prince Rabbi of Utica to your state religion. Homes for the Faithful. Queen Consort Batpal has paid a visit to the Venerable High Synod of Manichaeanism, offering our services and favor. The Manichaean Council is pleased that we have come to them. for indeed they are in need of assistance. Some of the faithful poor are living on the streets, and the Manichaean elders expect us to support the struggling believers in exchange for their blessing. With a generous donation of wood, they should be able to house the homeless. Shall we make such a donation to the Manichaean poor? Yes. Manichaeanism is spread to one of your cities. Religions provide culture and affect discontent in cities with them. For example, a city with a friendly religion will have its discontent reduced by 2. You can choose to adopt state religion for your nation, allowing you to guide the impact that religion has on your cities via theologies. A religion can provide me with powerful bonuses if I invest in it. The public purse. Now that Lixus thrives, the elders wish to do more for the poor. A proposal for welfare provisions in Lixus reaches the court, and the debate begins. Imposing a grant of money for the hungry would reduce the state's funds, but it would set a powerful precedent, and we would be seen as the protector of the people. I'm going to establish the grain dole. War goals. War can forge a nation. Your generals suggest that you should show your commitment to crushing the despicable Hittites by adopting a new martial ambition in the ongoing war against them. To what end shall we direct our forces? Meet them in the field myself, crush them utterly in pitched battle, or we are in no position to accomplish any of these goals right now. So I do have a unit that I am the leader of. King Pharaoh and the Fountainhead has started a new ambition: kill 10 military units with the leader as a general. I may need to move where is my... Yeah, and this one. Okay, we're going to do the usual... Okay, so first priority is going to be to see if I have anybody that... or any workers. There we go. I'll build the farm after all. Okay. I want to know what happened. So I used to have like one, so there was like one worker here. There used to be a second one running around. And I kind of want to know what happened to them. There's also like the family seats. So like the family seats I think makes... Yeah, you know what? We don't need a second worker at Utica. Should probably move them over to Lixus. Okay, anyways. The focus now is going to be to get as many troops as I can. On the path to taking out our enemies here. Okay, so now I've got my Queen Consort available, so there's a few things that we can do. So we've got a number of wars going on here, and the question would be, like, do I want to try... Like, so one thing I might want to do is try and secure my position. So, for instance, perhaps I would like to try and get some sort of a truce with the Assyrians, because they are... So first of all, he's furious with me. Actually, he's plotting against me. So we're similar power. Of course, my forces are all sort of focused on the east, so I want to be careful about that. Um, so let's send a gift of pearls. Nah, well, hang on. Let's see if we can do something with trade. So I gotta pull back now. Severely ill, coughing up blood and mucus, and suffering from sharp pains in his chest. King Pharaoh the Fountainhead fears he does not have much time left, so probably we're done. Queen Consort Batbal, your wife, has died in office, and Hamilcar of Nora is improving his courage. Okay. In times of war like these, the troops need to hear encouragement from their leader. A rousing speech from you on the glories of Carthage and the unmatched courage of her fighting men would improve morale. You can conduct a rally troops mission by selecting the button in the action panel on the left while your leader is selected. Well, let's go for it. Might kill me, but Queen Consort Batbal, your wife, our ambassador, has died in office. Good God. The thing is, Duchess Amilcart's probably going to wind up as the next... Nope, actually, she's fine, so... Balzabel is your chancellor. Let's go for the extra money. Okay, you are... I think trader. Ah, nice. So again, I suspect we won't have the amphitheater built in time, but... Oh man, creates a Manichaean disciple every 20 years? That's really hard to turn down. I wanted to work on some theology, but... Okay, the Ishtar Gate. This wouldn't have been my first choice. Actually, let's save our stone for now, because there's other things that I can build. Okay, you've got to go and heal. Okay, yeah, this unit's gotta... We're still gonna focus on the war with Hadi where we can. Surely the troops that I'm in charge of... There we go. Ah, this is a bireme. Okay. I mean, at some point I should probably just wind up building sort of this bridge. We'll start by anchoring there. Okay, we finished the settlers. I probably need at least one more, but I also should have a number of citizens available to me. So let's start with the gardener. Salde, we've got one citizen. I should probably start with an archive. Still going to focus on the... Okay, so Lixus, Okay, so originally I was going to build a slinger, but it actually makes more sense to build an archer now. Well, even though it takes a longer time. Actually, maybe it makes more sense to build the slinger and then upgrade it to an archer. Against my better judgment, I will start up with walls. And we'll start an apprentice poet here. Okay, back to workers. Too many rural buildings, but the quarry makes sense here. So, let's see... Okay. Do you really not like me that much? He's still cautious. Yeah, we'll just end the year. So I'm curious to see what happens if I die this turn or not. Usually it says like it's prophesied you're going to die rather than you're feeling very sick, but yeah, here we go. The doctors and diviners have warned you that the end is near. Time to get your affairs in order. Zyra of Salde has died. General Zayakot, the superstitious, your cousin, has died in the field. Duke Bodstart has recently proven his good sense and insight. And Duchess Amat Elkart and Duke Consort Adonibal the Robust have given birth to a daughter, Duchess Zyara, which has secured us the succession. Now, free archer. I actually think more soldiers, more troops is in order here, so it kind of pains me to do so, but I'm running with it. Continue settling. So at this point, it makes sense for me to just see this through to the end. Let me make sure that I don't... Ugh, that is an ugly, ugly number. Oh, hang on. It's important to make sure that the leader's getting the credit for these. Obviously there's rebel unit, or raider units that I need to worry about here. You get to be a sentry for a little while at least. Okay, who is my spy master? This is like the only person who's not going to piss everyone off. No point in getting another wife, because I'm not long for this world. Let's get you... Oh, wow. With a spy master on your council, you can convert a scout into an agent network in a rival city, temporarily consuming the scout in the process. If you move your scout to an adjacent to the territory of that city, the agent network button will be enabled in the unit panel on the left. An eligible character can then be assigned as the local agent for that city. This seems like a very good idea to do with the Assyrians. Start with Tushan. Lands of the Dead. Zyabkot the Superstitious is dead, her body prepared by the priests of Carthaginian paganism for a journey into the next life. The dead is first anointed with perfumed resin, colored red with ochre and cinnabar before being burned or buried. A feast is a final send-off for the dead, a banquet in the cemetery with the ritually impure crockery smashed and buried at the end of the meal. The priests want to know, will you organize the full funerary rites for Zayapkot? So lead the rites yourself, or delegate to the priests. Yeah, no, that's fine. Now that Duke Abdosir has completed his study of tactics, how shall he contribute to the court? Tactician or a zealot? I think we go tactician. During his exile, the prophet Jonah has used all his resources and sway to raise a force of rebels willing to fight for his cause. Finally unleashed, they descend on Carthage, surrounding Corrales and preparing to fight. Your court suggests that it would be wise to deal with those with the loose end of Jonah to avoid further acts of aggression. Have Hanno send assassins for him, allow Jonah to return home. Yeah, send the assassins. I already appointed a spy master. Alright, the Warriors of God. One of your units of slingers has been zealously embracing the Manichaean faith, only accepting believers and charging in without fear under the gaze of the priests that accompany the soldiers. They have been asked to be granted the title of the Warriors of God to show their dedication and to stand as a beacon of faith for the rest of the army. Shall we reward their belief? Go forth in the name of God? Or no such titles will distract? Yeah, I'm fine with brave. Okay, let's start. So we'll establish Manichaean mythology first. I might want to keep one unit around for building. That elephant is going to be helpful very soon. Oh god, I have no idea what to do with these guys. I really don't have that much for these units to do now. Okay, I'm going to end the turn so that we can see the kind of the crossing over for the power, and then I think we'll wrap it up for tonight. I'm actually almost an hour over. Following ambitions are now legacies. Control 3 amphitheaters, kill 10 military units with leader as general. So essentially, like, if you complete the 10 ambitions, that is a win. So if your leader dies... So, like, obviously, it was near the end of the life that we were assigned this kill 10 military units with the leader as a general. It's not very reasonable to assume that we're going to be able to do that in a couple of years. So in this case here, we're able to do them as legacies, but there's a definite time period in which these things need to be done. 3 amphitheaters, I think, is going to be fine. Kill 10 military units with leader as general. That's a little more uncertain, but I think is something we have a chance of doing because it doesn't have to be haughty. But we'll see where it goes. So King Pharaoh the Noble, general of the warrior, has died in the field. Princess Amedelkart of the Fierce is now head of the Hanoid family. Prince Consort Adonabal the Robust has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Final remembrance. The funerary procession for King Pharaoh the Noble stretches back to the capital as mourners wail and beat their breasts. You are approached by a delegation of the Manichaean leaders who want to indelibly record the life of the deceased believer in their annals. Actually, I think what we're going to do, I'm going to save this, and we're going to deal with all of that in next week's episode. But what I am going to do is show the family line. So we'll roll up that scroll. So one of the things that's kind of nice about this is you can see... Oh, yeah. So these are the victory conditions that they're talking about. So there's a few different victory conditions that you can do. If you play single player, there's the ambition victory, which is basically fulfill 10 ambitions. So control 3 amphitheaters is something that we're almost certainly going to do. 10 military units as a leader, a little bit more difficult, but... sorry, we got 5, so 7. Now, there's also a victory score. So that's going to come from not just having a large number of cities, but having higher development for those cities. And so there's a standard conquest victory in terms of something like civilization. Just take everybody else out, you're good to go. Double's kind of an interesting one. So the idea here is that if you have twice as many victory points as another nation past... Like, so you have to have... There's half the victory points. So you need to have at least 30 in this case here. But if you have twice as many as the next highest faction, you'll also win. So I know I compare a lot of stuff to Twilight Struggle, but I suspect that Twilight Struggle has actually had an influence on game design. So one of the things that you tend to notice in Twilight Struggle, especially as you get closer to the later game, this is usually stuff like war games causing this, but like basically the band with which you can, like the gap between the two has to sort of narrow over time. And so you can kind of look at it like this. So the way the board's sitting right now, I would absolutely need to have 30 victory points first. However, the time for that has also passed. So Persia's the next biggest. They've got 23. So if they had 15 and I had 30, then that would be the easiest way for me to get victory. Now, the easiest way for me to get victory would be to get to 46 victory points. And if Persia gets to a point of 30 victory points, then effectively we're working towards the points here. So victory from acquiring the target number of victory points determined by the number of city-states on the map and the number of players or teams competing. So if I felt threatened by that, clearly one of the things I would want to try and do is attack Persia. But I'll be honest with you, the ambition victory is kind of the one that feels the most appropriate to Old World. But one thing I do kind of like, so obviously there's quite a bit that's been talked about in terms of just the different characters and how it all works, how it all looks. We do get to start seeing the kind of the family tree. Hey, Starbright Knight, I'm actually just wrapping up. So we started with Matan. Now, Matan was not somebody who we could play. So it's King Pygmalion of Tyre and Queen Dido. Queen Dido, I believe, married King Consort Malichus and gave birth to King Pharaoh. So we were playing the second. Actually, both of them wound up being the noble. So we just finished the story of the second generation. And here's what we've got now in terms of the line of succession. You can actually see how this is all working, right? So we've got a pretty robust line of succession. So we're currently playing King Rabi the New. They're definitely very heavy on military, which is absolutely intentional. Now, if for whatever reason they die, we have the princess in line, and in fact, they already lost their first husband. Maybe a Black Widow situation here, but we've got a follow-up. And Duchess Zaraya is in line to take the throne. But let's just say that this whole line was taken out. We still have Duke Bodestart, who's kind of pulled off of governing, and they also have a child. As it is, though, sorry, I should have said if this gets snipped off, we do still have Duke Abdazir. So you'll notice I actually built a number of tacticians. Part of this is just because, as long as I have my diplomats in place, it's not a bad idea for us to have some military might. But I don't know. I like the family tree. It's kind of nice to see how it all turned out. If I wanted, I could also change the laws, but that causes a bit of disruption. One of the things I am going to want to focus on a little bit more. So military-wise, we're better than I normally am in. We're better than I normally am in Old World. I could be better, but I've got enough to be able to sort of fight the tribes, and we've now got a war with Hadi. So they have a total of 3 cities. Now, I should be able to claim their cities without too much trouble. It's these tribal areas that are a little bit more troubling to me. So if you take a look at the Scythians, they have got 2 sites. That does not make sense. Wow, they're causing me a lot of trouble if they just had these 2 sites. Anyway, good to know, I guess. I do also have the option, so I can't buy these guys off, but I can actually buy a few of these nomads. One of the challenges is that because we're at war, it's considerably more expensive. But if I needed a little bit of a shot in the arm, I do have the option of buying instead of killing them. The catch is that I get bonuses for killing them because of my ruler, so I may want to think carefully about that. But yeah, anyways. One of the things I will eventually be focusing on a little bit more is the religious... I can never remember. Here we go. Oh, actually, they really like me. So could I assign someone... Yeah, I don't know. Getting rid of Jonah doesn't seem like a bad idea here. I'm just trying to see if I can get clerics. Anyways, clearly I've got a number of conversions to do. That's now enabled by good relations with Manichaeism. Given that Judaism is now in Utica. Now, eventually, we could use Orthodoxy to get rid of it, but I think probably it wouldn't hurt for me to try and build that bridge. Zoroastrianism is actually going to be a problem for me just because of how many... Babylon, Hadi, and Persia are all Zoroastrians. So that's going to be another sort of deal to work with. But I think broad strokes, so there's a little bit of work that I need to do just in terms of getting everything sort of set up. So I've got one more settler which will claim this city site here. I'm going to have 2 city sites to claim. Actually, I guess 3 with the war on the Scythians done. We should be able to claim the territory from Hati as a result of just as a normal function of the war. And the big problem is then going to be trying to figure out how I sort of work out the balance between the Assyrians and the Persians. Right now, the Persians dislike me, and so it might be a good chance for me to sort of start. Like, this may be an opportunity for me to start pushing a bit and taking some of their territory. Now, the catch is that Persia counts as being sort of a similar power, and I haven't invested that much in terms of my military. So, probably where it's going to go. I'll try and clear out the so the Scythians and Hatti will be the first place that I clear out. Thracians also make sense to clear out. Actually, I'm a little surprised there's still Numidians running around. I guess they don't have any city. Yeah, they don't have any sites. They just have a unit somewhere. But yeah, we'll deal with the tribal threat first, and then we'll see where we're at as far as sort of the global stage. And maybe at that point we get to decide, you know, do I start a big war so that I can start sort of really digging into a rival, or do we try and bring back the peace and you know, use that as a chance to sort of rearm ourselves. In any case, that's all stuff that I need to deal with later. There's a few other details, like the fact that I'm generating so much training, but I haven't been upgrading my troops. We've got a rebellion that we need to deal with. There's a bunch of other different things to worry about, but it's definitely a nice involved game of Old World, and it's giving me a chance to sort of explore a few things that I haven't done before, particularly the religious elements. Random thing you notice when you played Age of Empires 2, the history of the Chinese has an ending date of 1600 instead of the present. You wonder if they knew that. The Persians reminded you. I'm not sure what you mean by wonder if they knew that. Like, do you mean Microsoft of making Age of Empires 2, or if the Chinese knew that it ended in 1600? Anyway, sorry, I really do need to go. So I mean, I think probably where that comes from. I don't know that much about Chinese history, but if I recall correctly, that period of time, if I'm not mistaken, does actually, I think it involves sort of the, I don't know if it's the disintegration or just the sort of the loss of the or kind of the weakening of I think it was the Ming dynasty. So I don't think that's just an arbitrary date that they chose. But obviously, you know, this is, I have the benefit of like being North American. So, you know, Canada is a very young country. And I mean, my other nationality is Australian. So, you know, that's also a product of a British colony. So in that sense, the idea, the idea of a, you know, this long-standing sort of political entity maybe isn't there in the same sense that someone, you know, would sort of draw a line between Persia and Iran, let's say, or, you know, China in its ancient and its modern form. Anyways, a conversation for another time. Let's find somebody to host tonight. What do we have here? Not too many people on, but that's fine. I appreciate you all hanging out. Is anybody playing Old World, maybe? No. Okay. I think I'm going to have to just say very good night to you. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Maybe somebody's playing Phantom Brigade? Industries Titan. Not even Terra Invicta, man. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to call it there. Sorry I didn't have anybody to host tonight, but I hope you all have a lovely evening, and we'll see you in the next one. Wednesday for Industries of Titan, now in version 1.0. Friday, I might do more Cyberpunk, but I probably need to figure a better balance of all the different things. And then on next Monday, we'll be back to Old World to sort out what we've been dealing with. Have a good night, everybody. Talk to you later.